Alright, first things first, now I'll let Jimmy explain. Come out of the whole line. Grab two poppers. Come out. Okay? Alright, come on up. Jimmy will explain it. Yeah, y'all get it.
No, I don't. I don't. I think we're about being in trouble, dude. That's all I can say. You're much better than you. Alright. Everybody, welcome back. Congratulations on making the 4 series. Combination series. You can come in off lead, you can come to the back.
Well, welcome back, everybody. Let me make sure we're rocking and rolling here. We just had a tribute. Hold on, let me let that... we just had a four-wheeler. They're running stations out. Well, welcome back to the Super Retriever Series Crown Championship. We are presented by Eukanuba, 25th anniversary. We've got our 4th series getting ready to start here. The judges are kind of pointing out what's going on. The handlers. And we got the handlers getting ready to go, but we had a tribute to our lost dogs from the past year. There was a number of last year's Crown champion passed and a number of wonderful, and they're all wonderful dogs, of course, but they did a wonderful tribute to some of the dogs we lost. And what did, I heard the story about one of life's greatest injustices is that God gave us such a wonderful animal, but made his life so short. And you feel like that an awful lot of times. I think they said Mark Twain said that, and I don't know if he did, but if he did, he said it good. So, all right, we're getting ready to do a hybrid test, 4 birds in this test. And you're gonna see the diagram here in just a minute. And judges explaining it. I think they're getting ready to run test dog. So I'll be back with you in just a second. Okay, well, I had something very important to attend to. They were talking about bringing me lunch, so we don't want to miss lunch. Anyways, so we're getting pretty exciting. We're down to the final 24 dogs, 12 in each division. And wow, the top 2 dogs coming in stayed the top 2 dogs and actually opened their gap up a little bit, but things will change in a hurry. You got 4 retrieves here. Anything can happen. Anything can happen. And we've got this test, and we're going to wrap it up tomorrow morning with the 5th. So we will cut half of the dogs on this. We will go from 12 in each division to 6 in each division. So this is going to be crunch time. It's 12:19. It'll be interesting to see how much we can get done here. It'd be great if they could get it all done, but sunset is in about 6 hours, and wind is moderate, pretty much at our back. Working on a diagram here. What we've got is a hybrid test. And the description was just sent to me. This is a hybrid test with 4 marks. The teams stand at the line and point out the 2 field trial type marks. There's a real short bird on the right here, which I would almost call like a wipeout bird, but they're actually going to throw it first. It's a flasher. It's at 55 yards. Then there's a swing of about, 45 degrees, I would say, to a long bird all the way across the lake at 242 yards. That shoots, and then that gun will retire deep and into the woods. The holding blind is not visible. There's nothing to reference other than just the memory of the mark. And then when that bird hits the ground, the handler and retriever then sit down, load 2 primers into the gun, and shoot marks 3 and 4, which is mama papa style. Mark number 4, the last bird down, is under the arc of the first bird down. So I'm sure that'll provide some exciting things that happen. And those marks are respectively 126 and about 127 yards, the mama papa. So it'll make more sense here when you get a chance to watch Test Dog and we get one of our diagrams up. I'm working on it as we speak. So stay tuned. We're going to get started. I'm looking at our running order. The first, if they run in the exact order the way it is, which again is the dog with the most points starts, and it looks like that's Bailey and Casey Parker. So the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dogs are run by amateurs. Okay, so we're gonna get pretty close. We've got drones in the air trying to get pictures. We've got, and it looks, well, there we are. Well, we got our handler on the line, so let's see what happens. Well, that first bird, just big white bird laying right out there. I think one of the biggest challenges is going to be getting these dogs to swing and see that long bird across the pond. All right, well, here's your delay. Handler sits down, loads 2 shotgun blanks into a pump shotgun, old-fashioned probably. Everybody had an 870 Wingmaster in the day, and that's what we got. Handler blows a duck call. Mama bird goes off first. Didn't quite make the cover, but was thrown towards the cover. Papa bird happens next. I tell you, one of the biggest challenges is hopefully your dog gets a good look at all these birds. So once that bird hits the ground, handler has the option of standing up or sitting down, and he stands up to send. Got some lunging water, and I don't see how they're going to get by this short bird. It's a white flasher sitting right there, and not sure you want to get by it. Okay. So you're going to, I guess the only real decisions you're apt to have is which bird you send for next. And it's, I'll be darned. I just wouldn't have expected somebody to try to send for this long bird across the lake next, but interesting. Now he's working them. Handlers are really watching. Well, he's definitely going for the long bird second. That patch of cover right there, the dog just went to the right of, is pretty much dead in line with the bird. So it's likely to deflect him one way or the other. Well, dog's going for the long bird. I gotta believe they're gonna pull right here. And depending on how far right, there's a lot of room to run around. So often you think of tests being harder when they're tighter, but when you put a bird all by its lonesome over there and you give them acres to run, a lot of times they take it, they run around a lot. This dog is squaring across. Okay, so certainly one of the challenges here, it's not going to be the easiest bird to handle on, this left-hand bird, especially if you let this dog go very far, because I'm kind of looking at the visibility. If this dog gets out to the right, drives over the hill, there's a bunch of broom straw, and well, I guess we'll see, but I guess you can see the dog over there. But that's a big cast to get. You know, if they come out, there's a couple telephone poles you can see in the distance. And from the line, this dog is targeting pretty right here. Now you see the little spit with the tree on it on the left? The perfect line of that bird goes over that spit and back into the water. I'm trying to get, oh, this dog made an awful good move. Had an excellent mark. Wow. Well, dog came out right, but broke left to the bird. Those yellow dogs in that broom straw, those yellow Labradors, are tough to see. Well, 2 pretty good marks under his belt. Sometimes it's easier. You run and test dog, maybe you don't have quite the, you certainly don't have quite the pressure you have when it's, the crown is on the line. I did not time this, but I will. That's certainly going to be the most time-consuming retrieve, that bird all the way across the lake. Move over and adjust my monitor. It was in the sun, hard to see there. All right, well, he's got the mama and the papa, the 2 birds thrown out of the same station, and that's what they call that. When they throw one bird in one direction, one bird to the other out of the same station, the terminology is a mama-papa. And they're hard. They're hard at any level. Dogs are typically taught to be very careful about going back to a previous retrieve or an old fall, and sometimes you just can't get them to go back near the gun that they've just retrieved. Now there's good separation in this. One bird is thrown kind of down the shore in that last little pocket or bay of water, and the other one is thrown up in the field. And the right-hand bird actually, I don't think takes any water at all. Well, this handler's strategy to go for the long left-hand bird second before the dog lost a lot of memory probably made a lot of sense. Well, the dog went and got the bird.
2 more.
In pretty much short order. Handler's trying to get a read on what this dog remembers. This handler's got an interesting, he's got a little snap in his fingers that he uses to kind of communicate and cue. Well,
Depends on where you put everybody in on that.
I couldn't quite tell if he's trying to send for the right one or the left one, but the dog is on the, yeah, it's on the right side of the holding blind. Made a break towards the right-hand bird. Wind is, for the most part, at our back. I'm looking over there, and she's, I think I see, she came up with that right bird. Oh boy, she's got three pretty decent marks under her belt.
I believe you will have to tell her a little more left on this one. Twist her ear to get the wind. One more. One more.
Well, one to go. We always called it the curse of the test dog. When the test dog does well, nobody else can do it sometimes. And this dog is doing an incredible job. An incredible job. Is that? Wow. He could sell that job on the open market pretty easily. Everybody's up there thinking. Well, I'm working on a diagram here.
That was dog number 26, Shaker. Yeah. Nice job, Sam.
You see a lot of people pointing fingers at what their plans are and talking about some of the deals, factors in the test, and looks like we're 12:32.
We're gonna swap birds 1 and 3. This is gonna be a mallard that far right one's gonna be a flat. The last bird down is still gonna be a mallard. All right. Great.
Is that going to land on the front of the point like that, or is it going to land on the back of the point?
It's gonna land. That one landed on the point and rolled forward. We can't. I will call a no bird if it needs to happen. All right. All right. Everything is in the rule book, exactly the way it's going to be done. Standard is going to be within the area of the chair. Either side of the chair, but I mean within reason. If I see you moving too far trying to line up, I'm going to tell you to get back by the chair. All right. Good luck to you guys. Yeah, you want to pop up?
Okay, well, they were doing a handler briefing there. I'm not quite sure if you were able to hear Mr. Emerson fielding some questions, but I think they're. The line's still got some handlers up there scoping things out. A couple things are really important. Make sure you memorize the order in these situations. When they're really kind of complex like this, it's easy to forget the order.
Derek, do you walk out to where your bird's going to land, please? Hey, Kevin!
They're working on, right. All right, they're working on getting a co-host with me, and all right, some of the handlers that are running early, I think are slated to join me here in the booth or on the in the tent. So we're gonna get started here in just a minute.
I can talk while Casey's running. I can give some background.
All right.
Maybe. So Pat, you did meet my daughter, Allie Grace?
I did. I've got Allie Grace. Hello. Ron, how are you?
Good to see you, Pat.
Ron, go ahead and mic up there. We've got Ren Anderson and
Allie's one of our SRS
yes.
Mike Allie Grace.
You got Ron and daughter. All right.
Yeah, we're live here, everybody, and people are starting to mill into the tent. And Mr. Ron Anderson, daughter Allie Grace, LSU, not alone, student. I guess our Tigers, do they have the weekend off this weekend?
Yes, sir, they have a bye week.
I guess LSU's got a bye weekend, so that. So I'm working on this diagram here, and made that look pretty routine. Tell me what happened on that. I had a difficult view on the long bird. It looked like the dog was going to come out pretty hard right.
She did. Came out hard right, and I honestly thought she was going to set up a hunt there, but she actually.
Did she bend into the bird on her own, or did she smell it for a long way?
I think she started bending and then she winded it. I was trying to figure out the wind too. Is it a little bit more quartering toward them, or is it straight across?
That was
wind?
impressive because
I thought.
In all honesty, I expected that dog to bend right and to get lost.
When she took in the water, when she got in the water and pushed right, Ma did the same thing, Pat. I figured she was going to hit that first piece of land and then
climb and
start
end up way right.
That cover there.
And I'm looking way to the right. Next thing I know, she's over at the bird.
All right.
And it was hard to tell what she saw.
I got her over there. I agree.
Well,
yeah.
So,
but the wind is picking up since we have just sat down.
Let's go in a little more crosswind here.
Yeah.
That same old deal. You know, it'll help you wind it if you get close, but you got to fight a crosswind to get close.
Correct. Yeah.
So, and they don't.
And then he, which I don't think is what I would have done, but he went after that bird second.
He went after the water bird second. He did.
Right.
I couldn't tell from this angle.
Second. Yes.
Oh, he went after long retired second.
Yes. He went after long retired second. Correct.
Do you think in hindsight that paid off for him? I mean, that's the least amount of cause quick retrieve on the short one. There's not much time lapse. I didn't expect it. My expected order would be you're pretty much going to have to get that short bird first.
Correct. Right. Because I don't think although they just changed the color of the short bird from a black and white one to a mallard.
Okay.
And put the black and white one on the third bird out that's throwing left to right in front of the cover.
So they're going to throw it in front of the cover. That's
in front of the cover.
Okay.
Yes.
I couldn't tell if they're going to put it into that.
It's supposed to be in front of the cover, but they changed it to a black and white. So,
I think it makes sense.
Makes sense. Yeah. Which.
Still, it's going to be kind of difficult. Maybe you don't want to get by that short bird. You know, you get by it the first time, it might not be easy to talk them into that little tiny bird.
Yeah, I just don't think you see many get by it. It depends where, it all depends if it hits and bounces or stays on if it lands like it did last time, it hit and it bounced into the edge of the water, or if it stays on that point.
And I'm trying hard to get this diagram up so you'll hear what we're describing. And I guess at first glance, you know, one of the, well, let me back up a second. One of the biggest challenges on these complex tests is deciding what order to pick up.
Oh, exactly.
You know, what you want to set up for. And
that's always what I find interesting when they throw a quad out there, because a quad makes you think.
Oh, it does.
Makes you think.
I always said to my clients, I thought on a quad, the second bird retrieve was almost the most important, because the longer you could avoid confusion. You know, one of the most challenging things is, and it didn't hurt him, but when you send for one bird and get a different one, does the dog know what they've retrieved?
Right, and I thought we were going to run that because I'm pretty sure he sent for the bird, the last bird down third, and the dog ended up getting
went under the arc.
Went under the arc, and then back over here got the right-hand bird, but then did a good job.
Dogs seem to make perfect sense out of it.
Yeah, it really did.
But you know what? That dog's a little unique.
Yes, yeah.
She's bouncy on the line. Mm-hmm. She doesn't look like she has a worry bone in her body. And this test is going to make a dog with a big conscience worried, I think.
This is true. I mean,
and that dog had to be relaxed, because you're pointing them right back
into where they just came from. And I mean, some are going to think what you kind of want them to think from a training standpoint on that one is some of them may take more water on that shoreline and swim by it on the wrong side of the wind.
Well, I think if you get past that bird, it's going to be hard to come back.
Exactly. Yeah.
It was always my theory that you try to get mama papas as a pair.
Really?
You pick one,
One and two going up.
so there's clarity in where you've been.
Where you've been, right?
Now I don't. So
Agree.
I mean, I would. If I said, okay, most scenarios are going to pick up the short bird first, the right-hand bird second, the papa bird third, and the long-retired fourth. I would guess that would be if I would.
When I
Yes,
walked
a
up there and looked
conventional
at it, that was my conventional wisdom as to is how if I were running this, how I would pick it up.
So when you see a dog do something like that is
Well, then it
out of the ordinary,
it makes all these other, these
does
other.
it get in your head a little bit? Like,
Yeah. So
or do you go with like your initial instinct?
I'm always one who tries to, don't change what you've trained them to do.
Right.
If this is how you would have picked it up if you were training, is how I would try to pick it up here, until something went wrong with that.
How much do you let the dog choose?
Good point. Yeah.
I mean, this may be one of those, like, if they act like they know where it is, do you get out of their way?
Right.
Boy, lots to think about, isn't it?
It's like I said, when you throw that fourth bird in there and you do a hybrid like this where you got a couple standouts or you got a couple white coat marks, field trial marks first, and then pick the shotgun up, it changes the way you do things.
Boy, this is not the easiest test to diagram and make sense out of because there's so many birds on top of each other.
So how far is that long retired? It's 242?
242 is what I've got here, so I'm trying to
I think we're about to get started too.
make sure. Yeah, let's.
Fun fact, since I'm in here,
Yes, sir.
is the first dog to the line is Casey Parker and Bailey. So Casey is one of he's been a lifetime friend of mine since we were in daycare together. So he and I trained together. So I've thrown many a bird for this. This is Casey's first dog he's ever owned, and amateur trained totally by himself.
Oh, so you didn't get in this together?
No, I was always in this. We were friends. I got into dogs in college, and we were roommates. And I brought a puppy into our apartment.
Oh, okay.
And I always had the guy. And nobody's ever interested in dogs until probably, I say nobody. We always hunted, and I had the dogs. But Casey didn't own a dog until he got Bailey, and he bought that for his daughter. And then, soon started throwing some marks for us. Like, this dog's got some talent, Casey. So then, next thing, they used to make fun of me when we were younger, when I would take the weekends and go run, events like, oh, let's go fishing. Let's go.
They're going out partying or fishing or something.
And then now Casey probably runs as many or more events as I do.
Oh, that's.
But
Well,
another interesting fact is, and I don't think Bailey has the dog Toombs that Clark
yes.
Kennington's running is out of Bailey. So that's a Bailey.
They did say that earlier.
So that's pretty interesting.
That is interesting. Well, interesting you say that because I have a similar story. My best friend from kindergarten.
That's like Casey and I. Yeah, we've been best friends since.
Andy Attar.
Oh, okay.
Andy and I grew up in Northwest Indiana, and we got into the dog stuff. He was in college, and I had ended up going to work for Mike Lardy in 1984, and he just had graduated, and he came up to visit for the weekend and never left. I thought his mom was going to kill me. She said, we spent $40,000 on that education, and you're going to be a what? Still does it today, and we talk a couple times a week.
Awesome. Okay. Well, Casey and I talk every day.
Well,
he actually now he and his wife have moved closer to where my family's farm is, and now he and I live a couple hundred yards from one another.
Excellent.
So yeah, spend a lot of time together, a lot of time training, a lot of time.
I tell you what.
Sometimes arguing, but
Of course you do. Of course you do. Well, that's a neat story.
Yeah.
So did you get dogs in college?
I did.
Did you have dogs, or did you get them so you can get girls?
Well, it worked
Did
for
it
both.
help? Did it?
It worked for both, actually. Having a puppy and living in an apartment complex is a good attention gift.
Oh, it is. It is.
Oh, yeah, we
So
had-
where'd you go to school?
LSU.
You did go to LSU. Okay,
did,
well, I
yeah,
figured that.
Yeah, LSU.
Another one of my good friends, and who's actually up for the Retriever Hall of Fame, Jim Van Egan,
Oh, yeah. I went to a Van Egan seminar many, many years ago.
one of the truly great dog minds and dog trainers who's just retired. Similar deal. When I first met him, he was in college and he had a dog named Candlewood's Magnum Force, and they taught him all kinds of parlor tricks at the in his fraternity, and ended up Jim and Judy Powers had him as a field champion, amateur field champion. But so Jimmy started with dogs in college and ended up being a dog trainer. Just retired, had an incredible career. So good stuff. Well,
Good stuff. I think
so we're
ready.
going to about 12:46. And I get, yeah, looks like our first dog is coming to line here. I'd hate to have just a right-sided dog here. Swinging
True.
from this short bird to this left bird is going to be tricky.
Well, she is a left-sided dog, so she is.
And if you don't see many right side only, but
Yeah.
one of the reasons that people would run off one side or the other is because if they were right-handed shooters, they would have the dog on the opposite side of the gun. If you were left-handed, you would oftentimes run the dog on the right side. Here we go. So he's cueing that long bird. I'd always say, if I miss seeing the bird, if I can just see where the gun was, I got a
was,
fighting
yeah.
chance. But you kind of got to look right through that clump of cover.
Yeah, I didn't actually
You see
get
what
all
he's
the way
doing?
on the
Now,
line.
I
I
tell
think
you,
he's trying
you see
to
what he's doing? He's trying to move him over just a little bit.
reposition on the
And I
mat.
tell you, look at, he's trying to get,
Make sure she's
Can
got to
she
look
see?
at it. Yeah, you're right.
because you don't know if you want to be in the back left of the box or the far right side of the box. Yep. We're having a little gun malfunction here. He's having trouble. I think he's probably going to get himself a no bird here. I could see him mashing the button on this.
I think unless he has it locked.
Yep. I would expect him to
Yeah,
go
they
off
just called it.
I hope
Yeah.
they do.
Yeah, that's the right thing to do.
You,
Oh,
there we go.
No, don't throw it.
That's all right. Oh, well. Got to get the bugs out of it.
Yeah, that's why it's never really good to run first. So,
Well, you don't have, you can only deal with the things you have control over, right?
that's true. That's true, but they'll get it worked out.
I tell you what happens is you're trying so hard when you're in the field, and these propane powered guns, you have to kind of load them. In other words, it's like an autofocus camera. You push it down part way,
You got to prime them. Yep.
and you have to prime. You can hear the propane going into the tube, and it's MAP gas actually, but they're gas guns. Propane stuff, just a hotter version of propane,
Mm-hmm.
and.
So you prefer the new cannons over the old school shotgun?
Well, there's a lot of arguments for it. I mean, safety is one of them.
Right. And
There's
I'm gonna
certainly,
tell you
we're talking about the cost. I mean,
much cheaper,
they're not
right.
cheap to buy, but they're cheap to run.
correct.
And classic 12 gauge poppers, are hard to buy anymore. You can't,
They are.
and they're, people think, oh, it's a blank, it's no big deal. Well, you get a little careless, and I've seen a number of, over the years, blow a toe off
Oh yeah.
with a 12 gauge. A popper gun at that distance is lethal as a live load
Oh yeah. And it's
at, point blank like that. Well, there you go. There's our test.
There we
All
go.
right, well,
and I would say my only knock on them is the delay.
yes, yeah.
The delay sometimes.
You're right. Yeah,
When you signal for the birds and the delay to get.
well, you're trying to be ready, so once you learn the program, so
But all in all, I think it is, like you said. From the
they use
technical.
those torch style deals, and there's a little spark, and creates a deal and creates that
Mm-hmm.
report, like simulating a shotgun. Okay,
All right.
well, give it another shot here.
So Bailey is about to be 11 years old.
Well, that's
So
something.
she's had a great
looks good.
career. And she
Well, I'll
very
tell you-
healthy and looks good.
And there's the other thing, when you think about getting a puppy and everything, the longevity of a dog that's still this fit,
Mm-hmm.
and at
Loves it.
11, there's a lot to be said for that. cueing that long bird. Oh, wait a minute. Did he intend to? Oh, he's just going to let that surprise him a little bit. Okay, I can see that.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Nice. The report on.
Another no bird.
Yeah, because I did
They didn't
not
get a
hear.
shot.
We didn't. I didn't think I heard a shot on that left bird.
Yeah.
So, at what point do they put this dog back further?
I don't know the answer to that.
Hmm?
I don't know the answer to that. I think after 3. Oh, they did. Yeah.
Well,
There's
there we
the
go.
answer.
Well, wouldn't you?
I would think so. I know I've gone back twice, but
Well, when you're
that's the
first-
that's the fair thing to do. Yeah.
Wouldn't you want to go back 3?
yeah.
You know, if for no other reason, you get a little bit of time to kind of study what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. She looks like she saw it.
There you go. He did it. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's
I was interested to see how his plan, because I think his plan had worked. I mean, she stayed. She didn't really move a lot to the right birds.
I think that was smart.
She's
I was
good
thinking
bird.
like sometimes you get so fixed on a key bird that you kind of blank out on the order, but
Yeah.
he just said the shot's going to draw over.
Mm-hmm.
He's already
And she didn't move her body. She just moved.
he's already
her
kind
head.
of picked out that gun.
Yeah, which was good. So,
Well, this is where your creepers could be in trouble.
oh yeah.
They jump ahead of you.
Mm-hmm.
They're off the mat,
Especially
and
when
they
you go there.
and they never see that left-hand bird. If they and creeping, meaning that dog
would move out.
didn't break, but he moves ahead of you, and it's certainly something we try to discourage. But their enthusiasm gets the best of them there. Okay, our second dog here is
Wiggles.
Wiggles.
Yeah.
Rob Robinette.
Robinette and Wiggles.
Yeah, that's we don't need that. That's the.
We're good.
Okay, we've got old score sheets there floating around here and blowing in the wind. We've talked about Wiggles. I said, do you think that his buddies made fun of him in the locker room with that name? And then I watched him do a test, and I said, he didn't have to worry about that. That sounds like a name that maybe the kids named him.
Yeah, I don't know. Like you said, we were talking. This was Sean Sims' dog at once. So I don't know the.
He's doing the same thing.
Yeah.
Well, the old school of just turning their head but not turning their bodies. Again, you don't. Sometimes you swing too left. Well, she acted like she saw it, but I don't think. He's going, now what are we doing now? I guess you guys are used to this, though, aren't you? You know, that big delay and.
Sometimes a big delay. Yeah. These hybrids have become more and more popular in the last few years, so everybody kind of trains them.
Well, when you're looking for balance, I mean, it's certainly you've had balance between tests, but within a test.
Yeah.
Ooh, you don't want to miss seeing this one. Okay. He's going to clean up his handling deck.
Yeah, that's right. That's one of my pet peeves too. I can't stand standing on popper shells.
Essentially, what you're doing is primary selecting. You know,
Correct.
You're pulling off the last bird down and picking up. But they changed the color of this bird.
They changed the color of the right-hand bird.
And the short bird.
And the short bird.
They switched
Correct,
them. Yeah.
yeah.
The short bird. Ooh-wee. Well,
Oh, that's a good move.
you just want to commit to one bird.
Right. Just commit to getting something. And I did not, like you said, when he was.
Because it's easy with this to hunt this bird, give up on it, and
then
race over
switch.
and try to get the other one, and then you've got it. But looks like he's gonna. So they throw
Work
that
it
at the tip
out.
of the point. At first, I thought they were throwing it back in that little pocket, but they threw it out on the tip. You know, when you get mama papas, if they have good separation, longer throws, you know it.
It helps.
So what bird do you go for now?
I thought he was going for the island, the little point bird there to start with. So I don't.
You think if you leave it, he's going for the right bird?
He's going trying to go right. Yeah.
Well, and when we talked about picking him up as a pair, you know, if you have clarity of where you've just been, it.
Yes.
Got a little tail wag.
And the line to this bird is
Yeah,
tight.
because
to
it
that-
throws over the top of the
to that
short bird's head.
Yep.
And if you push off
a
too
big
hard,
push right there.
like this dog,
If he works his way
he
back.
didn't get much read with the test stuff. Well, is he bending in? Yeah, he
He's
is.
fading in.
Yep. Well, that holding blind is pretty obvious, so it's
Mm-hmm.
equivalent of a gun station. But if you can't take this little 50-yard bird for
Yeah, I
granted,
mean,
can you?
Now he's got to come back and, I assume, try to get that one.
Well, you sure would think. I mean,
Mm-hmm. And then I would just try to clean up with the big one.
you're going to find out here if you got to sell him on this bird.
Right, you got to talk him into it.
I mean, you really do. It's really, you're trying to give him permission to just, like, and you're going to be talking real softly, probably using all your
Yep.
easy relaxation kind of cues.
He's trying to push him.
Using.
So he put his hand in a little bit there.
Yeah, I know. A conscience could hurt you here. You're
He's
gonna know
hooking
here.
it,
And
hooking it.
oh, the tail cracked. Ooh, she's
Okay.
come back and get it. Gonna come back and get it.
Attaboy, good.
Well,
Nice job.
well
I was
done.
going to ask, I was going to wait till you send your opinion on putting a hand in on that one or not.
Well, I probably wouldn't, but
I don't know that I would.
and because I don't put on a short checkdown bird. I virtually never put a hand in, but maybe he was just because if this dog would have just ran around the water, sometimes you don't put a hand in. You relax them too much, it gives them license to cheat.
Cheat. Yeah, it's
Ooh, he's going to run off the right here. I mean, I'm going to be doing my damnedest to get to where the gun stood.
I would,
mean,
I
you
would,
know,
I would
I mean, I
try to go at the gun. Yeah,
would think,
I would too.
because what that test dog did. Now, mind you, this dog has retrieved 3 birds already. The test dog's only retrieved 1.
One,
So
yeah.
the memory. Look at that. Is he going to switch up? Yeah, I get it. Well,
He just did move.
that's an audible, huh? Quarterback didn't like the looks of the defense on the line, so he changed the play up.
Pushed him.
I think that was. Yeah.
I think I would, like you said, do what you could to influence him to the gun.
Leg
And I think
on.
that's what he's trying to do.
But
And
he didn't. He didn't. I don't know. Let's
Well,
see what happens.
there's the dog like making a little left-hand move there. I tell you what, if it's anything like the water blind, the first couple dogs did better than
Yes.
the higher pointed dogs. And
Yeah.
this dog's more so than the first dog is making an angle in the direction of the bird.
It's kind of shouldering the wind a little
There's
bit.
still a long way to go.
Mhm.
Still a long way to go. I say you 3 or 4 steps out of the water, you're going to get a real read
You'll get it. Yeah.
whether
or not
where
they're
this
gonna-
dog's. Because and maybe I'm reading this wrong, but it just feels like if you don't know where you're going and you just drift a little bit, you could end up landing a little right and then squaring out and going right and just being in the middle of nowhere.
And then you put yourself in a place where it's a.
Well, I'm watching from
It's
the
a hard
monitor, and I'm
handle.
going to stand up too because now we're seeing. All right, and if you let them go too long, it's not going to be the easiest bird to handle too either.
Because I think, yeah.
Because I don't know how well you're going to see him in some of those places. Well, Well, he's already, and he's probably thinking just what we are.
Yeah.
Like, if she comes up and peels hard right,
You better put a.
now there's a little
Little push to the left, but then he squared.
kind of didn't really go right, but hasn't made any correction left. Now going right at the pole. Yeah.
I think that was a good.
Yeah.
Because I think he had committed to hook right and hunt right.
How well can you see him there? Is there a dip in the field? Yeah,
There
there
it
he's
is.
got him, but it's not the easiest. Yeah, he picked out the handler. Well, definitely a handle to the area.
The area. Oh yeah, definitely handle to the area.
But that bird's kind of thrown
Down the
downhill
hill.
a little bit. So,
Yeah,
you know,
from
you.
those-
I'm sure we're going to get some dogs that are going to get over there and climb up and hunt on top of that ridge. And I love that bird placement when you
It's a
throw
good
that
bird.
bird
Yeah.
down on that side hill. And okay,
All right. Well, first one.
I
with
get
the score.
excited and I think I'm going to time it, and I forget to push.
Oh,
the
I forgot.
timer.
You know what? I did the same thing. I started timing Bailey's and then I stopped it.
Right.
And then started over.
It doesn't feel like an extremely long test. It'd be really great if they could finish it, but I don't know.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough.
You just don't want to give those, with this cloud cover, when that light starts to drop. It's all going to depend on the length of some of these hunts.
Yes, it is. But I don't.
There's really only one swim to speak of.
I said, Pat, I need my coach book.
Yeah, I tell you.
Yeah, but I don't think, as far as timing, I don't think you got. Those are tight hunt areas over there, so you don't have a lot of time to hunt.
No.
You know, because
Well, I'll tell you, in field trials, some people hate mama papas and some people love them. And when our field trial season is spring, you get a summer break, and fall. And in the fall, when I ran in Wisconsin, it's going to be hot, and you're going to have a lot of dogs. Mama papas. You knew you had to train on mama papas.
Yeah.
Because a lot of judges were going to, because they didn't, they're worried about the dogs getting too hot on these big tests, and B, they needed to go fast.
Yeah.
So things are going to happen fast. You're either going to handle or you're going to get it.
yeah,
But
I think that's what you'll see here as this goes on too, because like you said, it's not a whole lot of room to hunt.
so I said, this is a mama papa. The first series was the anti-mama papa, right?
True. Yeah.
You've got the two guns that have the same perception
Just-
thrown out like this, except there's 150 yards
Yards
between
them, right.
So if you hunt the backside, which a lot of dogs did,
Oh yeah.
then
That proved to be more difficult than I thought it was looking at it, because
well, I don't, the right hand bird looked interesting, but in no way, shape, or form did I expect it to do what it did throughout the entire, in the first series I'm talking.
oh yeah, it was it
It looked like those dogs were going to get up the road a little bit, maybe catch a wind of the
just
bird.
angle across
And
they
man,
get it, but yeah, and then
even if they
once-
didn't angle across, I thought they were going to wind it. So, all right. So we won't see a score until after 5 dogs. Is that
Correct.
the standard? Okay.
5, yeah.
All right. I promise I'm going to time this one. So we've got Nick and Lobo. Remember, Nick was low score.
Yeah, Nick was
On
low
day one.
score out of day one. By far the lowest score. The 3 was.
Hard to get better than that.
Yes.
There was a 3 and a 6, and the 3 and the 6 dog are the top. Well, were the top 2 after the first series. The 6 dog, or no, it wasn't 6, was it? It was I got a 6. That wasn't rigged, and the 72 was a Carter. Okay, well he's.
They were having cannon issues again over there. He had a little pop, but nothing.
Yeah, if you don't, a couple things you're going to see with those guns. A, if you don't prime them enough, you don't get an adequate report.
Yeah.
Or B, if it's breezy and you point the barrel into the wind, the gas dissipates and they cannot work. And you don't. So
Yeah, we got Stephen Durrance literally running out there to help with the cannon.
And I'll tell you what happens. You get somebody new and they're trying hard and they're getting excited, and the more they do, yeah, it's hard. Tell you, I threw in the 10 series at a couple nationals, and it was almost as nerve-wracking as it was running.
Oh yeah, I mean, because then you don't want to.
Right.
You don't want to mess up.
Especially 10 series, I'm throwing up. Shooting 3 flyers out of 4 birds, and I'm throwing a rooster pheasant, and you think like, last thing I want to do is throw a bad throw and screw somebody up in the land.
And those pheasants are difficult. So all right, here we go, Nick and Lobo again.
And there's no harm in what went on there. It just gives him a little chance to get a look. Boy, I was impressed with Nick's composure on that blind. I don't know if he's as cool and collected as he looks, but he certainly.
Yeah, he appears to be. I haven't known Nick. I've known Nick a little while, but he's a very nice, very cool young man at this point. Appears to be.
Yes, I watched him just as composed on that water blind scenario as one could almost be. Okay, gets the report, gets the throw. All right. Now we hope we get the. Okay, looks like a good throw, and dog looks like acts like he saw
Acts
the
like
bird.
he saw it.
Boy, he took a little extra time there, didn't he?
Yeah,
Because there really is no judges aren't signaling there. You're signaling.
You're signaling when you move to the next one. Yeah, when you load the shotgun. So let him.
All right.
Let him stare at it. That's smart. Well, let's see if it pays off. But that was smart. Yeah, I mean that's.
I mean, do you see a downside to it? No.
None, because this is going to take a while to load and all that anyway.
But there's another example of composure, because you get excited and you tend to hurry up.
I think that went in the cover.
Boy, that could be a big difference in the break on that, couldn't it? Did they call a no bird?
Called a no bird.
Okay.
I guess it was.
Yeah.
I don't know which one.
No, the one in the cover had to.
It had to
I
be,
would assume maybe they discussed it and said.
Yeah.
Well,
we're not off to the start with.
No,
here, Pat.
Mechanics-wise.
Yeah.
But. They're asking for a lot on that, that bouncing.
Yeah, that's hard to.
On that right-hand bird. They're trying to get that throw just right, because there's a big difference if that bird landed in the open versus landing in that tall. It looks like Johnson grass, isn't that what that?
I think that's what it is. Yeah, that's Johnson grass. It's pretty thick stuff. Looks like it from here. I don't know.
Wouldn't be great.
Yeah, they're trying to make sure we keep dogs in the holding blinds, which you want to do that for sure.
What's that?
They're trying to make sure they keep dogs in the holding blinds.
Oh yeah, yeah. They're trying to.
They've got a chance of finishing this
I think that's what they were.
now as we have some mechanical.
I think they were
challenges.
telling Casey to get his dog back out because he was supposed to be third. He went back 3, but then we had another one, so he's got to go back 3. So.
Yeah. There you go.
Okay, I'm working on
What you?
mocking up another photo here from an overhead view. This diagram I'm working on here will give you a little better appreciation for this test.
Yeah, this is a very nice piece of water.
Very much so, yes. And the landowner came by and they came out here and groomed this and had
Oh,
it
really?
just for this and he's been out here. I talked to him. He's been out here watching, and he just fantastic.
Well, as you well know, this sport needs good landowners to.
Oh,
that
we used
understand.
to. There was a time when public land was commonly used, but it's rarely used anymore
Yeah, most
for the events like this. You just you don't get access to
you
them.
want to get access to it, and yeah. So Pat, how have you enjoyed your second go round at the SRS?
Very much.
Very much.
I knew a little more what to expect.
Yeah.
And all of the setups have been very interesting. Mm-hmm. I've had great dialogue with people like yourself. Fun. I loved going to if there's anything I miss about I'm still a professional, but not competing professionally, is events like this.
Yes.
It just there's nothing like it, and as far as just the energy and excitement and preparation and strategy and all that. So it's good stuff. Mm-hmm. They're doing some practice throws.
A little practice to make sure you get that throw in front of that grass, which is a good, the right thing to do.
And I'm intrigued, and I'm learning all the time, and
it's a little change of gears and a little change of rationale from what you've used to seeing,
Well,
what you normally do.
correct. But in recent years, I've done some work for a couple companies where I've gone to some of the HRC events and the Master National, and I've gotten to know, and I work with a fair amount. I do 15, 16 workshops, seminars a year, and half of them are hunt tests, or a crowd very much like this. Not necessarily SRS, but the qualified all-age master hunter type dog is what you're seeing here a lot.
Exactly.
And I got into this as a hunter, so I appreciate every ounce of that. And if we don't embrace each other's dog sports, we're all going to not continue. So I'm all about it.
I agree. I dabble in all of it myself. I participate and run in hunt tests, some field trials, and this, of course. So.
And I wouldn't have given anything up. I had the fortune of training and standing next to some wonderful dogs, watching a bunch of wonderful dogs, and this is no exception.
It's just a different dog game.
Yeah, but they're marks and blinds, and different deals,
Same,
and
so it's just
they
a
deal with
different
distractions and adversity. That water blind. Let me put it this way: they don't do poison birds hardly ever in our nationals anymore.
Really?
I used to see them, and I don't know exactly why. And in some ways, they've kind of actually, you know, in a lot of nationals, they've simplified the blinds and you know, they've wanted to make marking really primary. And I miss watching the intensity of blinds like that.
Yeah. It's I love water blinds, and I tell actually, you know, when I ran a water blind a week ago we were talking about with JD Babb on our place, and I told him, I said, you know, running big field trial, running water blinds in general, it's an art to it.
Oh,
it's an art, and it comes with practice. You get better with practice and learning, because that's
blinds.
the key. All blinds. But
well, that land blind you did on the second, I mean, in some ways, sometimes that's harder because it happens so fast.
yeah, that's true.
And the change in behavior is so rapid. It goes from like we're in control to we're out of control. But same deal here. When you're around that bird, you know, some of those dogs look like they were on cruise until they weren't.
Until they weren't. Yeah, that was a lot of casting.
Yes.
A lot of places to get in trouble real fast.
And you know, they accomplished what they wanted. I mean, in other words, with that out of sight area and that penalty area on the left, all the handlers, they were forced to challenge the poison bird. In other words, get close to it, because if you avoided it, it dramatically put you at disadvantage when you had to cast off that last point because you showed up so far left, or you ended up getting in that deal of water on the left that was a 50-point penalty. So, you know, they forced you to challenge that poison bird.
You couldn't cheat it one way or the other. You couldn't, like you said, you couldn't avoid the poison bird. You couldn't go wide and without being punished for it.
Because, you know, everybody's trying to challenge it just enough, but you don't want to be suicidal either as a handler. So you're trying to be smart, and that forced you to do that. All right.
But yeah, both of those blinds, that land blind and this water blind, put you in a position where you had to get the right cast at the right point, at the right spot. And if you didn't,
and isn't that what you're?
Yeah, and if you didn't, then the outcome wasn't as favorable.
All right, I about got my new diagram mocked up, and I'll get that to the crew, and hopefully you can see it. It just, obviously same test, but it gives you an overhead perspective. So who we got now?
I think we've got Dustin Owens and Fancy coming up. So we're a little bit out of order for the no birds, and Nick had two back-to-back. So.
And we don't, that's right, we really only got one dog in the
We only
books
had
at
one
this
dog.
point, right?
It's completed, yep, yes sir.
Okay. Well, it's not uncommon to have a scenario like this where you struggle to get going, and you want to get it right. You want to make it the same for everybody.
That is true. That's the most important thing. Dustin did the same thing. He stayed on that long bird and then signaled and stepped back. They're having all kind of
mechanical
problems
issues.
here.
He's signaling, and they
Sending Dustin back to the holding line.
you might have to go to the bullpen.
Yeah. I'm about to start looking in the gallery.
They might have had radio malfunction too.
I think that's what
They're getting all the bad luck out of the way now.
Yeah, hopefully so. Yeah.
It gets unnerving to both handlers and judges and committee members and all that.
All right, here comes Dustin and Fancy coming back up.
Same dog.
Yeah,
Because they never threw a bird.
they didn't throw a bird.
Really cueing hard with that hand. Oh. We got one bird good, mechanically. That bird's showing up nice with that background.
Dustin spent a little time on it after it hit the ground as well.
So do you think he watched somebody else, or do you think they've been kind of talking about it? Hey, what do you...
I think they're kind of talking about it. Yeah,
Makes sense.
and both. Because we watched Nick do it, but he never got to send the dog for it. He had the no bird. So
A little more vibrant duck call there, wasn't it? That shuck of the gun.
the shuck of the gun.
It's exciting for the dogs. There's a duck call or a bird sometimes. All right, what are we going to do here?
I think he's going to try to right primary select that.
Oh, wait a minute.
Ooh.
Is he thinking of going the long bird first? What, sure? No.
Yeah. Talked himself
I
out.
about
of it.
fell out of my chair. So he was just trying to reacquaint him with it.
Yeah.
The dog says, I wish you'd make up your mind.
Yeah. Send me to get
He
something.
said, just let me get something, will you? Well, you start fiddling him with that much, you could really kind of undermine this dog's understanding. Well, we'll find out. But if you get this short bird out of there,
Yeah, if you get it first. But this one's.
made a big difference. Okay.
All right. Not bad. Nice hunt there. But
Yeah, I have.
let's see where he goes
I
next.
just got to go with the right one, you know.
I
Don't
would
you
think.
have to?
I would think so, yeah. After you go there, go.
But we thought that with our test dog, and
Yeah.
when did, but and it ended up getting the right one. Just pull him a little bit. Sometimes you're trying to influence a little bit, and they want to jump ahead of you, and it
Yeah.
kind of spoils your look. Okay, well,
Because they're on the ground there.
I wonder what they're saying there, because he's not. How much of the dog has to be on the mat?
The mat, they do not have to send any time for the mat
On this one?
on this one, correct? Because
Oh.
the gun, when you're shooting those marks to the right, they said you didn't have to be, you have to be just in the vicinity of the chair, is what they said.
Okay, I'm glad you clarified that for me,
Yeah,
because I
so-
thought, like, wait a minute, I thought they were really particular about that, but
They are, if you see them all, but technically,
he doesn't like his.
he's not liking the
he's
look
just not-
getting.
Now, sometimes some dogs would get really unnerved with your fiddling all that much, and this dog.
See how this works out. She got a little splash on hers.
Well, there's a little wind. Ooh, you could very easily. Now, this dog did not hunt that.
Did not hunt it.
I mean,
Right
you
on the
can't.
dark. Then she lived behind the cover.
I mean, you have to think she's going to come up with this right bird, but
There she got it. She came back through the cover and got it.
now here's your decision here.
Mm-hmm.
You go long and let that area cool off and try to talk her back in there, or do you go right back in there?
I would try to talk her back in there, but
If you-
ultimately I'd
if-
let
if-
her decide.
If she just didn't like the look,
Look,
you said,
let's just go. If she comes back and looks long,
we talk
I'm
about
gonna
letting
let
the
her.
area cool off, because you
She's
sit.
been through there twice.
So he
yeah.
has to be in the vicinity of the. All right.
He said vicinity of the chair. and if
For
you were
any of the sins?
any of the sins.
Oh, well then I could see moving to your right a little bit and taking that
Mm-hmm.
patch of cover that blocks you. Okay. And he's just getting it, but he's not going long.
No.
But what he is doing is he's giving this dog a little different perspective.
A little different look, a little different angle.
And if this dog just says, all right, I bend to the right, it is. I don't think he sent for the middle bird. Do you?
On the second send or just then?
Or do you think he just worked her and the dog, well,
That
okay.
worked out. Talking about on the first send or that send there?
The previous send.
The previous send, I think he wanted to go right.
And do
And she
you think the
fought
dog
it.
just said, I need to get some water?
Correct. I think she.
Yeah,
wanted
that's
to
the way
get
I've
out
read
of
it too.
Because every time I think he would try to she would step up and wanted, yeah. So I think he wanted to go for the right one, and she went for the middle one. See now,
All right, well, here we are again.
here you see where
It all comes down to this.
It comes back to what we were just talking about.
So he's on the right side of the chair. He's picking a
A little different angle.
little different angle. Chris Ledford always said, when I want to influence left, I move to the right. When I move. Now, it isn't always the case,
Correct.
but I oftentimes take a look at that and
She pushed it right.
so that's your water. That's your point you went over on the water blind on your right-hand water blind.
Correct. Yep. That's the.
Not that
first
I
point.
think it has a huge effect on this,
I wouldn't think so.
but I gotta believe you'd like to get it because it'd get you more line at the gun. But
She's right.
boy, sometimes when they start to bend, and this dog just started to bend more right. Look at him.
Yeah.
He closed his eyes, saying, "Go left. Come on."
Push left.
And then she made
She's
a little
trying.
adjustment, didn't she?
She's trying to.
She started to drift right, and he closed his eyes and sent her a message that to go left. And then I looked up and I said, "Well, look at him talking."
Yeah. I think he's saying go.
Making a good move there. Only reason a dog would do that is, I think, has a memory of where the gun was in the bird. I mean,
And
there's no
And the
context to
shoulder,
discipline as far, other than the crosswind. Some dogs will shoulder crosswind.
shoulder it. Yeah.
But there's not a clear shoreline. No, the bend happens a little
she's
back
kinda-
right
She's
again.
getting it right a little bit.
Once again, you're going to, I say about 5 or 6 steps out of the water, you'll know
Exactly what her intentions
what
are.
her intents are. Boy, now there's
she's-
and
she's
there's
on the
just
right.
that last square at the end. I mean, if she makes a left-hand move, she could be just fine. There's a little bit of
little
an
bit
intent
out.
to go left, just as she.
Need to get out.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go.
There you go. She's head
She's
kind of
trying.
bobbed around there a little bit, but I think if really,
She's going to get there. I think.
you bet she's
Yeah,
going to get there.
She's going to work
Now
out
the wind's going to help her.
right there.
I said,
Very nice.
wow.
Okay. Oh, get it. Come on. I think her
Nice.
bounce a little bit further down the hill.
Just enough cover over there to hide that flasher bird.
Flasher where they got her.
But this dog's got that was an
There you go.
incredibly beautiful piece
That was
of work.
nice. That was nice. She
You know what that was?
She made all the right decisions.
That was a mark.
That was a mark.
That's what that was.
Yeah.
For every aspect of it. She started to fade. You saw her make an adjustment. That was nothing about a line. That was about a dog remembering the bird. And then when she came out, you saw her kind of look around and kind of reorient herself, angled in the direction of the bird, got under the arc of the bird,
Got back in and came back into it.
and just said, "No, it's here." Well, I never get tired of watching a dog do something
No,
like that.
I like them. I don't. I like to watch them think.
And that's where you watch them think on these big watermarks. That's what I think of some of the most incredible things I've seen is just watch dogs make decisions like that.
So Pat, did you time this one?
I actually did. We're at 9 minutes and 35 seconds.
Yep. Yes.
It's going to be under a 15-minute, but you're not going to get, well, much faster than that.
Yeah.
But even that handle, I don't think took significantly longer than that.
No, I don't think so either.
But we're at 10 minutes right now, and the dog is just halfway back across the pond. But this gives the judges plenty of time. That there shouldn't be a big delay from one dog to the next. Sometimes, because they'll have their scores in by the time I would expect. Once they kind of get their rhythm. I mean,
All right, so that's 2 down.
her biggest hunt was probably the right-hand bird.
I think so. Yeah, I was telling the biggest hunt was the right-hand bird because she kind of went in and went deep of the cover and back into it.
But I'll tell you what,
That's nice.
you could sell that job right there for a lot of money right now.
Oh yeah, there's some.
Somebody'd say, I'll
There's
take
some
that.
people that way down on this list that'll take that run.
Well, one thing you do when you get a bird all by itself like that, who knows where you can tell. I mean,
You can tell which one's
sometimes
marked
dogs will just shave off a gun and end up in a bird, and you say, that's a great job. But you don't know if they really knew it was there or they were just following some rules. That bird,
But you knew where that.
the only reason they do that is they have a mark, and that's what we're here to judge marking.
Yep. One thing she left a little bit on the table was the line. So,
That's true.
but you got it.
All right, so we're at 11:23. Trying to clear him out of there and get that next dog
The
up.
next one going up. And like
We just got to keep our fingers crossed that we've got our mechanics.
we've worked our
are gonna
mechanics
work.
out here. All right, well, we're coming back with Casey and Bailey, who was our first dog. I was supposed to run. They got the two no birds, so went back a few dogs, and now he is coming back up.
Coming back up is right. I know you got to get on the road, but you're going to watch this guy, and
I'm gonna watch this guy, and then we're gonna head south.
then you're going to head south. Well, great getting to talk to both of y'all.
We're gonna see. We're gonna see Allie Grace here at some point. Running here.
But put a football game on the radio and drive home, and you'll be there before you know it.
Oh, Pat, I'll be listening to you. Don't. As long as I got enough service, I'm gonna be listening to you. Listen to this on the way home.
All right. Here's number one. We got the shot. I think we got the throw. She certainly looks like he is looking out there long.
She
Never really bothered.
kind of.
She says, "Oh, we're gonna shoot a live one."
Yeah. But yeah, she's one that you talked about earlier when you picked that shotgun up, how the intensity changes.
Oh yeah,
the
she said,
look,
"Oh, you're talking." I hear that.
Yeah, I was sitting
that
there.
Pump gun shuck. Oh, he's going with the chuckle call.
Here.
It's in the cover. I was wondering what they were gonna do. I watched it land. I watched it
I was
bounce on the
watching the
cover
dog.
too. I saw him shoot, and then I looked and I said, "Oh, it bounced."
You can't blame up. You don't want to throw it short.
Right, but they don't want it directly in it. That's the problems you run into a lot of times with the ATVs is you want to get them precisely in a spot, but you can't factor for the wind and the bounce.
Right. Well,
So
now what's he going to do?
I don't know. They're talking. It doesn't matter talking about it now. If I'm Casey, if they give me the option, I'm gonna go back in that holding line and I'm gonna come right back.
She had a nice rhythm. She got a good.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, you're right. If you really liked your look at the Longbird,
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to help you. It may not help you 2 hours from now, but it'll help you now.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I
So
think that's a good point.
I think I do exactly what they're gonna do. Is you come right back.
trying to.
Just
Get
about
this
got it
diagram
finished.
going here a little bit.
What are the distances on that mom and pop?
Like once, let me look at it because I got to type them in here right now.
Oh, okay. I couldn't see
No.
the screen. See if you had them on there.
That's not the right one. Here we go. 126 and 127 is what they say. So
Oh, really?
depends how big a bounce. They say two. Is it 242
across the water.
I mean, you don't want them to choke up too much on that right-hand bird. And leave it out there right, because running at that cover has an effect on that.
Oh, yeah.
You know, they're
You
going
don't
to
want to
deflect
throw
that.
it.
And if you throw it right in real short, a couple things, you know, you could
Well, I
be
think
hunting the middle bird and end up, you know, more tempting to switch. But
Yeah.
I think more than anything, well, you know, there's sometimes in field trials you try to place a flyer in a specific spot that's unrealistic,
Yeah, that doesn't.
and you end up having no birds on that too.
Yeah.
All right, that's 55. And we got a wind that's kind of like,
All right, here we go again.
is this the fourth time's a charm, or is this,
Fourth time. You were exactly right.
is that the, is that?
Fourth time is hopefully the charm here.
All right, guns up, guns up.
All right. Let's see if his routine, if he changes anything.
I
now,
know.
Since he saw the marks come out, see if anything changes.
Don't you try and just have a similar routine?
Yes.
I mean,
But I think everything went last time like he wanted to. So I would think that. Got a good throw.
got a good throw on that one, right?
All right, back to the hunt test portion.
Do you think she got a good look at this right-hand bird
I think she did.
the first time?
I think she did. Yes.
So is this why you hope you don't shoot as well in hunting, so you have more no birds to get ready
Live
for?
more no birds. Get them used to.
She's used to hearing gunshots, and oh, nothing happened.
Well, she's hunted a lot with Casey now, so she's used to not shooting and nothing falling.
It was the perfect throw, a nice high arc, but not. All right, this
All
time
right.
I think he's going to get to run.
I think he's finishing this one. All right, Bailey. It's a good spot. So we've seen, I I guess it's the third dog we've seen lead the line. And they all have tried the same thing as primary select in that one. And nobody has sent on the last bird down immediately. They've all stood up in primary select, which I think is the correct way to do it, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't think you have much choice.
I don't
Let's
think you
just,
have much
you know, not everybody understands what selection is. Selection is really when the handler dictates what bird the dog goes for. When they call it primary, it's in reference to the first retrieved bird. So secondary selection is you typically pick up the last bird thrown, and then you dictate the second bird retrieved. This is the first one. What do we got here?
Okay.
Sent for the right.
Sent for the right, ended up.
You just hope whatever one she's in the fall area she comes up with.
You're exactly right. I think you just want to get one of those out the way, then realize where they've been, and don't go back there and go.
Did she, what side of the holding line did she go on?
She's on the left side. She started right and then ran the shore.
And she said, wait a minute, I saw a bird over here.
Correct. So.
Does she know what she got?
That's the key.
That's going to be the key.
I'm talking her back in, talking to this right one.
She does. You know, one of the things you're worried that they get worried, but this dog doesn't look worried.
She doesn't worry a whole lot.
Oh.
Bailey.
I think Handler did a nice job of taking his time.
Taking
The
his
dog
time.
has a real
Yeah.
understanding. He's got a kind of bending in towards the holding blind. Got her ears up. I think she's gonna. And she went just behind the cover.
Behind it.
But
No, you got to watch that old fall. Get back up there.
that's where you hope picking them up as a pair. You know, they
Right.
have clarity. And I've
Where
hunted
you-
that side. I
Where
need
you
to-
been and where you hadn't been.
The long. It can be scary because I don't know if he can see the dog. We can't see the dog.
We cannot see the dog, but the last one that went behind there came through the cover and got
He's
the bird.
moving
You see the
right
cover
now.
moving.
But she didn't come all the way through.
Get up there.
Ooh, ooh, ooh. Now she's definitely not in the old fall, but
No,
when
she's-
she gets to that side, it's got to be a little tense because the old fall is quite a bit in towards us.
Yeah, she's deep.
There, she
There
got
is. You got it. That's the second dog that ended up behind it and came through the cover and got it. So
Well, I mean, I don't know if they.
Well, the
You'd
way
think that
it's-
Johnson grass would block the scent, but maybe they look in the cover and start to come up and do catch some. But there's been a few land in there too.
correct. Yeah, so there should be some sense.
Well, now we're going for the long bird.
Let's see where he is.
So let me get this right. This is our third dog. Okay.
To pick the marks up. Yeah.
Right. We've had.
Okay, so he went to the other side of the mat.
He's going to go left side of the.
Which is,
I can
which
see
is-
that.
Which is what I would have tried to do
Influence a little harder at the.
at the gun
Yeah, I do.
and getting left of that first patch of cover.
Now you've got a little bit hard to tell
It's hard to tell where.
the angle there.
I figure everybody's probably listening. They made the decision they're gonna run through all the hams and then so I figure everybody's listening. If you'll
Okay. Right, they've made a distinction. They're going to run all the amateur dogs first here. So and if they have time, they're going to go into the professionals.
Bailey appears to be in a good spot. Going
Kind of
across
bending
the
in
water.
is, yeah. And you push a little bit, and they focus a little bit on those structures in the background, but they're not. Sometimes you get a porta potty or a shed or something that
Something
has
that'll
the shape of a
influence the-
holding blind.
Yeah.
But I don't think that's not the case here. And this dog is. she's definitely angling more towards where the gun stood.
Yeah, I had to. Pat and I had to walk out from the tent to see where the angle
well,
was. It looks like
Yeah, actually
she's
from there,
she's
it looked
curving. She's like she's actually coming back to the
bending.
gun,
Yeah,
to where she needs. That's his. You'll be able to tell.
looking pretty.
Looking like she's in a
I
good
mean,
spot.
Yeah, it does. I mean, you would expect a dog to be able to figure out and find the bird from there. Just a degree of how big a hunt you can.
How big a
with-
hunt? And, yes.
But did
She's-
she made a little. Well, at first she made a little left move, but as she jumped in, she started swimming right again.
Okay.
Now we're looking at this from a little bit of a different angle. That may be off the. Is it? You got a truck over there, the cameraman on it. And
Yeah. They now you can kind of tell that she is. Now she's back. She is.
now she's
looks
probably
a little
well.
left,
Okay, so
But
the gunner from the line perspective is just to the right of that tree on that point, and she's just to the left of that tree on the point. Again, this angle is coming from not the angle that you're seeing is not the angle from the line. It's
from the line. No, that's the side angle. Which yeah.
So she's
And there's a
she's
piece of
definitely. She
wall.
came out though behind the gun, hit the top of the ridge, starting to kind of work her way right. Can't see her now, but you're just hoping she finds
Pops
where
up,
the gun's
so finds
stood.
the-
She's
there she
working her way
goes.
that way. She popped back out. She's kind of hopping down the hill like she says, "I think it's over here
I think
somewhere."
she's.
Ooh, she's got a funny little bunny hop going, like she's just trying to sort this out. And she's coming
She's
right.
getting a little deep now.
This
She's
could
getting
be
to it.
trouble here. This could be trouble. I don't
Thought
think
when she got down there, she was
She
gonna
never
figure it
got
out.
anywhere where she
She
could
could
get
win
any
it.
information, and she's. Oh, that's a hard handle from there. Really
Yeah,
hard
she's
handle.
out there.
You could see when she was bouncing around in that cover that she just. I'm not sure where I am. And that's, I mean, that's got to be a 100.
That's a big cast.
50-yard cast. God, if she'd have just gone another 30 or 40 yards, I think she'd have discovered. She'd have found, you know, the trail from
Trail
the gunner
or
to the where he's
scent,
hiding,
yeah.
and then I think it would have kept her in there. But she just never got. She was when she cut right, she was short of it. And if you'd have had more dogs run and more foot scent there, she might have
figured
stayed in there. But only this is what I guess the fourth dog running with test dog.
True. Yeah. And of the three, none of them have come in from that side.
No, exactly. I just didn't know how to interpret that. I think that's not going to make people afraid to push too hard there.
It's gonna make them think.
It is. It is. You know, and part of the deal is Bailey. You know, he influenced left more at the gun, and Bailey took the message and held the line more than. You know, you think that time. Go ahead and fade, girl.
Yeah,
she didn't fade.
Yeah. You kind of when you get that that point, that piece of land, then now you can fade. You know now.
So we've had one dog not handle, two dogs handle.
Yeah.
She had a hunt on the right bird. Pretty big handle on that one. As
Pretty
it
big
turns
handle
out.
there. So I don't know. And Casey and Bailey came in 12th place. So
things are going to have to go kind of south for the rest of these for this dog to get in.
Yeah, exactly. But hey, stranger things have happened.
So I don't know if I just got word, and if I already told you, I'm repeating myself. They've elected to run all of the amateurs first in an attempt to have all these dogs run this test under these conditions, and then they will go to the pro division based on the time at that point if they think they can.
Yeah, I think they would like
They
to.
think they can finish.
I think they would like to start the open division if they could finish. But I think they were concerned about that.
Right.
So, and that way, if not, I guess they would roll it to in the morning so that all of those dogs get the same conditions,
Yeah.
which is fair.
You can't ever argue with. You're trying to make it as level a playing field as possible, and that's the right thing to do.
Yes, it is.
Ron, are you hitting the road there, buddy?
I'm about to hit the road.
Well, good to hang out with.
Oh,
you, buddy.
enjoyed it, Pat. It's a pleasure.
Look forward to next
This is
time
the first time
sometime.
you and I got to be under the tent together.
That's
so
right.
Hey, I
Well-
enjoyed it, and we'll, I'm hoping next year that I can be running.
Oh yeah,
still,
you
so,
will. You
we're-
will.
So.
You and Mr. Gibson there, you guys, you're not going to be down long. This is only going to inspire you to work harder. I know guys like you.
And since we text here, sitting here, Mike texted me and says, "Ron, it looks like we let our streak end." I said, "Yes, we did. There will be a new amateur crown champion," which is, was very, very inevitable. It's a strong group of dogs this year, for sure.
Absolutely.
So
Well,
it's good. So that's a certain this year.
So will you, when you're driving home, you said you're going to listen. Will you just listen to the audio, or will your daughter have it on the?
Oh, she'll probably have it on the on the phone there. Well, she actually got to take her own car, but we got about a 45
Oh, okay.
minute
You're
drive.
driving.
So yeah, it'll-
She's going back to school, and you're going.
well, we're going to the same place. We just came in separate cars.
Gotcha.
I came earlier than she did.
Very good.
I came earlier Monday. She came later than that.
So I kind of wondered, if you're in a situation and you didn't have enough video coverage, do you think a play-by-play audio, once you knew what the test would be?
I would think so. Yeah. I mean, because
you could just.
yeah.
It's like listening to a ball game on the radio.
Exactly. Oh yeah. Yeah. Especially if you had a way to do it, I would tune in and listen.
Yeah.
So.
Because our events, they're handwritten reports, and I started thinking, why couldn't you do a play-by-play audio? It wouldn't take that much equipment.
I agree. Yeah.
So who knows? Well,
that would be neat, especially like you said, and other to roll it over to other venues for a play-by-play.
Right. You'd hear that description, and
hear about the test description. Yeah.
once you saw a picture or diagram of the test, and you knew what they were doing, I think the dialogue would make sense. Okay. Well.
All right.
Well, my
Pat,
friend,
I enjoyed it.
You drive safely.
We'll do. You
be
too,
good,
and appreciate you. Appreciate having it.
I know you're going to
We'll,
work hard. I look forward to seeing you down the road.
Will do. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Ron Anderson. Oh, I thought you had it there.
Took a chance, but she.
And then I said that, and then Mike.
I did too. When you want them to fade, they don't fade.
Here, babe.
And I tell you, I think you did. I mean, you
did what you could do.
you did a gallant effort there, and
She held more of a line than I thought she would. Here.
well, and then when she kind of came down the hill and she was bunny hopping there, I said, "Ooh, she's not sure where she is." She just couldn't get any information. She just never hit where the gun stood or anything. Another 30 yards, and I think you'd have got it.
Yeah, that bush in front is there for a reason.
All right. All right.
See.
You bet.
You
Okay.
out, Casey? You out? Okay, I got it. I get it. So you're on your own until Rob gets done.
Oh, that's right. Well,
And then Rob's
I guess I'm on my own, folks, so you'll have to listen to me, but I'm used to talking to myself, so.
Rob is going to join you after he runs.
Okay. Oh, we'll get some guests pop in and out of here and give us different perspectives, especially the ones that have run this. That'll be always interesting. Looks like we've got our guns up, and we're going to be ready to go here in a second. And we're picking up a lot of our no bird dogs. Yeah, we just had pickups from one description to another, but that happens. And when we got a dog run, it wasn't much over 10 minutes, maybe 12 minutes a dog, which is better than I expected. But if we can keep it going, and at 12 minutes, you'd get 5 dogs in an hour, and with 12 dogs, well, that's a little over 2 hours. It's 2 o'clock. We could certainly get the next, what did we run, 9 dogs in, and maybe they can start the pros. Short bird's off, long bird, nice, visible, big arc, light colored bird. handler's sitting down, getting ready for his mama papa combo. And this is Lobo, dog number 2, who scored a 3, low score in the first series. All right, right hand throw's good. Looks like we got all the birds down, and Nick is going to get up and do the test. He didn't use a hand. He was trying to talk this dog into giving him permission to pick up this short bird, and accomplished what he wanted to do. It just feels like most handlers are apt to go for this right-hand bird next. They've given you some leeway to move around in the vicinity of the chair, but then I said right-hand bird, I'm not so sure, but I think he's setting up for the right-hand bird. We'll know more. Yeah, is he gonna switch sides? Yeah. I know he's definitely going for the right-hand bird. Just kind of opted to. They tend to start a little wide, but maybe that holding blind there is, you know, for most of these dogs, they're kind of the equivalent of a gun station there when it's visible like that. Cut a little bit underneath it. This is, your fear here is that they switch sides and run to the bird, the first bird thrown, the mama bird, or the papa bird, I guess it was, last bird thrown. And it could happen here, could happen here. But didn't. Now you just hope he comes up with this bird. Okay. Probably the fortunate thing, the wind was a little bit, at that point, a little right to left, because that dog was, if the wind was a little left to right, there could have been, that dog could have winded the bird on the edge of the water, and you might have had a switch. But when you have mama papas, some judges judge it, they've got some degree of overlapping fall areas. And you consider the fall area the area around the bird that you designate that is, you know, where you would expect a dog to hunt, and if they hunt in the fall area, well, that gets a better score. As you could picture a radius, a circle. All right. Looks like a pretty good spot. You gotta just make sure you don't stop and hunt the short bird, but I don't think this dog doesn't have that look in him. A little crack of the tail, but you don't, ooh, boy, they're trying to sort this out. These mama papas are never easy. They play with the dog's heads a little bit. He got his whistle in his mouth. Now, one thing could happen. This dog could say, I better stay in the water, and miss this bird on the outside, but bent in and bang. Ooh, okay. Well, here we are. We got the big swim bird to go. You got to regroup, kind of shift gears here, because you've picked up kind of a bunch of kind of pretty relaxed check down birds. Now you got to do big swim across the lake. he goes for that high look. Dog bends to the right of the deal. The high look being left of that clump of cover. Dog bent to the right of it. When you're right on the mat, the line to that bird is almost through that patch of thicker, kind of marshy grass looking stuff on the edge. And it's, you know, it's happened in different ways. It feels like some of these dogs are starting to bend right off the bat. Now he's put the whistle in his mouth. Elected to handle kind of quick there. I guess it looked like this dog was drifting pretty far. Goes for an earlier handle. Yeah, now when I look at it from there, you know, the further you let them get away from the bird, the harder it is to handle to it. I mean, if you let them get out of the land hard right. You put a bird all by its lonesome there. Sometimes it's, again, I said this earlier, oftentimes it's harder than when it's tighter and related to the other guns, because the dogs are used to bouncing off other guns and using the old falls as reference. Well, when this bird's all, you know, in a different 40 acres almost, it's just a raw mark. Continuing to try to give left hand essentially overs to guide him over to that left hand bird. Be a long series of handles there. You still got a little valley to traverse there, and the dog's not that easy to see right there. I just to bring him in a little bit. I'm gonna probably see some scores before too awful long. Okay. Well, that's Nick and Lobo. And you know, Nick was looking for something a little more there when he came out of that blind. When we can keep the mechanics going, this is not taking long. So who do we have next? It looks like we run Bailey, check. Run Lobo. We run Wiggles. And I think lost track of it. I'm not sure. I think we've run Fancy. I think this is our 4th dog that's completed this. It means we've got 8 to go. When I see our next number, I think is 93. Feels like a long swim back when you didn't quite get the watermarks you were looking for. And Lobo's put in quite an effort. Was our low score on day 1. The best just absolutely crushed that first series. Okay. I'm going to see some scores here before too long. Our guns are up. Judges are talking a little bit here. Correct. We've got dog 93 Mady and Sean Jackson coming up right now. Shauna had 2 dogs back to the water blind and lost 1, but Mady is in here. Coming in with a 155. Got a no bird on our first bird, kind of a low short throw, so they're going to pick that up and do it again, I think. Okay, our guns are up again. A little discussion going on in the tent. Probably it's in reference to trying to get the mechanics right in the field. All right. Mady and Sean are headed back to the mat. There he goes, matey, 6-year-old black Labrador female from Russellville, Arkansas. Scrambling to get a look at that bird. See how he kind of shuffled his feet back, trying to get. Sometimes you step up and the dogs swing too far left. And did he get himself a no bird again? I guess he did. I didn't see what happened. Did we get a bad throw on the long one? We must have. Looks like Sean's going to go back a little bit. Probably going to. A little challenging keeping track of who's coming up next, but
Who's next? Who's the next problem? Who's the next snowbird?
all right, what do we got here? I don't see a dog in the hold. Well, we've got a little delay here. Sometimes these watermarks are just, they seem to want to take for quite a while here. Just trying to get everything between the swims and some of the mechanics. Oh, okay. Now we got Nick, who just came offline, is coming up. He had dogs back to back. He had Lobo and Lincoln. That chair's looking a little lonely up there, isn't it? Well, dog number 30's making his way to the holding blind. Good luck.
Good luck, bud. Thank you.
We're trying to get our 5th dog run here. Get a couple handlers with multiple dogs, and then you get a couple no birds. It just slows you down even more. Yeah, they've working on some challenges here with their mechanics.
Yes, sir, they are.
Probably just makes it, probably assures that we won't finish today. I don't know. And we have a time change coming tonight, everybody. If you didn't remember, we're going to fall back. I'm not sure if they're going to affect their starting time. All right, here comes Lincoln, 4-year-old black Labrador male. Blackville, South Carolina. Cueing really firmly on that punch bird across the pond to really fix and focus on that. That gives a thumbs up saying he's ready. Walks his way towards the seat. Looks like Lincoln wanted to sit in the chair with him. Now he says, oh, we're gonna, when he hears that gun shuck, he probably will say, all right, something's about to happen. Ooh, Lincoln's looking, okay. He wants to look left. Hard to tell if he saw that bird there. Definitely wanted to look to the left. I think he caught the right-hand bird at its arc, but I'm not sure how good a look from, hard to tell from my angle. Handlers are taking advantage of the judge's instructions that you have to be in the vicinity of the chair. So you move over there, it gives you a little bit more room to navigate here. And okay. Dog acts like he knows he's in the fall area, but now he's jumped on the other side. Gotta get the bird on the edge of the water, it looks like. He's got to stay over there now. He's pretty committed to that left-hand bird. I think. But if you've given him larger fall areas and it's just totally overlapping, kind of looking. Well, I see a lot of discussions going on up there. Nick's just going to move on with business. You know, one could say, oh, he just hunted the wrong side of the gun. The other one could say he got in the other fall area. That's up to interpretation. But I tell you what it does do. It makes it difficult to talk the dog in there. A 4-year-old dog trying to be safe is going to maybe say, you know, maybe I just need to stay in the water. Yeah. If he's going to bend in, he better do it quick. But it just doesn't feel like that's what he's apt to do. That's what happens with these mama papas. They're all in a basket and the dogs they're trying to be good dogs and not go back to the old fall, especially when they're not sure what the old fall is. But let me get a look here. Is he bending in? He's really just getting by the short gun. He's got a chance to bend in. Now there is a little bit of a wind over my handler's right shoulder now. And the dog is Definitely bending in that direction. I mean, he's not that far outside the bird. If he's going to smell it, it's going to happen here pretty quick. But you know, he's going to smell. Okay. And a dog had decided to stay in the water and go by the bird, and I think a lot of dogs would, in that situation, are apt to do that. We had to put a whistle on him. Brought him back in. Picked up the bird. Well, you got a hunt on the right bird, a handle on that bird, and a big bird to go. He's definitely got his work cut out for him. Lincoln's coming in here. This is where a handler earns his money, because the chances of this dog just totally remembering this bird after all of that, not very good. But if you can kind of just sell him on it, he can kind of remember where that gun was. Nick had to handle early, and so he's trying to influence harder left. And that was Casey and Bailey's strategy. Well, he looks... He's playing the English a little bit. Well, the dog definitely is making a right-hand move. As a handler, you got nothing to lose here. You just got to, you're going to point where you think you have to point to get him to the bird. And this dog is actually overcorrecting, coming across pretty hard. And obviously, Nick had a real feel that that dog was going to go right, and he did everything he could do. Stepped up, put his hand in, got right up on his shoulder, far forward. I mean, this is what I expected to see when I saw this bird, that the dogs would, there was so much room to the right with that open water, and just that shoreline is so inviting. Unless you really know where that bird is, you're just not apt to make that angle move to the left. And there's not enough, when I say context, to the shoreline. If it was land, water, and it was just to stay in the water factor, it was obvious. A trained dog, you might be able to get there just through training and not through memory, but there isn't that there. There's water on all sides. Other than just a dog taking a line and holding a line when they don't know where it is. All right, well. Well, Nick's going to be done here in a minute. He's run 2 dogs and he's just picked up the long bird. As it turns out, well, he's handled on the, well, I guess I'll call it the mama bird, the bird thrown to the left, which is, and hung on the right bird and handled on the long one. All right. Well, we've got Jason and Shaker working their way into the holding blind. We ought to see some scores pop up here. I think that was our 5th dog. We've had 1 dog, other than the test dog, do this without a handle. I think that's one we had, yep. I think it was Dustin. We'll find out. It got confusing here because they were going in and out of that holding blind like musical chairs there with the no birds and some of the mechanical challenges, but they're hopefully they can get their groove going here and we can. So if we've run 5, we have 7 left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Maybe we've run 6 dogs. Okay, hold on. Maybe I'm 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, Matey hasn't run yet. There, it's right. So, okay, we have 7 dogs. And we've got dog Jason Flaster from Nebraska coming in with Shaker. Next. I think I got it right. I think we got dog 26 in the hold. In the ready box, on deck circle, whatever you want to call it. We're right about 2:30. Question is, will they start the pro division? Or, because if this went smoothly, you could finish this in an hour and a half. Put you at 4 o'clock. Four-ish. But you're not going to get 12 more dogs run before dark then. Okay, we've got dog 26 coming up right now. Let's keep our fingers crossed on these throws that we get them. All right, here's Shaker from Grand Island, Nebraska, Cornhusker State. Well, no bird on the short bird. I think they just got a real. I think our short gunner's trying a little too hard to get it just right, and they're just not happy that throw has got the proper arc to give that dog a good look at it. But he'll come right back out. It's a little uncertain what their no bird policy is. I'm not quite figuring it out. And okay. if I had to guess, I see the judges moving around. Maybe they're gonna maybe relieve one of the throwers. Judges are leaving the tent here, and looks like they're going to the bullpen here. I'm gonna try to replace one of the gunners. Not an easy job. Not that it's that hard to throw, but you're just trying hard to get it just right. And after you have a few that don't go right, you overthink it sometimes. Looks like our gunner's packing up his equipment on the short right station. I think that's what's happening. I'm not sure if we're going to stay here together on this or we're going to go to commercial, but looks like right now we've got a little bit of a delay again. An effort to work out some of the kinks here. You never know. Maybe they're going to put me out there and I'll announce from the field. I'm not sure I could do much better. Now they're definitely relieving our right-hand gunner, or a short gunner. Hurry up and wait here. Yeah.
At least they got you food.
So I'm sure we're going to have a delay here while we round up a replacement. And I'm sure they'll probably have to make a practice throw or two. I'm not seeing any scores come up, maybe. And I've even lost track a little bit, but I think we've run 5 dogs. Well, I hear the four-wheeler moving, so that might be... I don't know if we had anybody warming up in the bullpen, but we've got... Looks like Matt's headed out to the field. I don't know if he's going to do some rebirding at the same time, or... And certainly, he's headed out to the long station. I don't know if they're going to switch positions or what they got in mind. So we have 24 dogs total, 12 in the professional division, 12 in the amateur. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure we have run 5 of the amateur dogs. Bailey, Wiggles, Lobo, Lincoln, and Fancy. We're trying to get down the list. Well, we're definitely got word, and now I see him headed to the long station. Maybe they're going to pull the long gunner and move him on the short station and replace him. I don't know. If you haven't had some of these challenges when you're training, you haven't trained very long. Equipment doesn't work sometimes. Sometimes the throws don't get what you want, so you just have to be patient. Everybody's kind of chilled out here. Judges still got smiles on their faces. That's a good sign.
I don't even know which one's like the problem.
Yeah, I've been around a lot of national type events, and it's sure nicer when there's great chemistry and they can roll with the punches, because it never goes without hitches. It never does. There's always hiccups and things that go on, and you got to work with it, and these guys are doing a great job of that. I see the four-wheeler coming in. Well, I pretty much from 1985 through the early 2000s went to every open and amateur national, and I chaired the bird throwers committee many times, and I know these challenges. All right. We pulled our long gunner and put him on the short station. So we've brought the left fielder and put him at first base. I'm not sure when he's going to. And then we replaced the left fielder. So, all right. Our judges are working their way back towards the tent. Our short gunners made a practice throw. You know, you wouldn't necessarily think the 55-yard bird is that critical, but it is. It's a memory bird, and you want to make sure every dog gets a good look at it. And we got a lefty out there throwing a couple nice little throws, because you don't want to overthrow it and bounce it in the water. He's made a couple pitches. We've got Jason still in the holding pen. Oh, there's those numbers we were talking about. All right. All right, that's what I'm going to hold those up as you can. We've got, all right. There you go. Fancy with a 55. We got Wiggles with a 77. And then we've got 3 in the 100 range. Lobo, 131. Bailey, 133, and Lincoln, 159. We've got 2 scores under 100 and 3 over. All right. We've got a dog approaching the line, and here we go. Again, this is Jason and Shaker on the mat. Nice big throw on the long bird. Short bird was smooth. Jason's going to load his pump gun and get ready for the mama papa double. 2 birds. Okay.
Got a no bird?
Okay. Jason's got all his birds down. Making sure he's got the gun safety aspect of this, and he's going to stand up. And, well, wait a minute. We had another no bird, didn't we? And, oh, I can see why. So our mama bird, our bird thrown to the right, was short, and I can see it from here, and they just said, we've got to get that bird where it needs to be. You overthrow that right-hand bird a couple times and put it in the cover, and then you underthrow it this time. Probably that right-hand throw, that on the Mama Papa, is probably the most precise throw required, because if it's a little short, it's in the opening. If it's a little tall, it's in the cover. Looks like we got Lee, Spivey, and Kane in the batter's box. Just kind of had a nice gust of wind here. Hopefully these tents don't move. And you're talking, what, a 6-foot circle on that right-hand bird that they're trying to hit? If it's 6 to 8, one step it's in the cover, the other step it's not close enough to the cover. So, but that was the first one that kind of went high and kind of a pop-up throw. No problem with the arc, just. Listen, I can remember a national in St. Louis where I had 5 no birds in the 5th series. They were shooting hen pheasant flyers, and they were flying all over the place, and I wasn't alone. And it was a musical chairs scenario, very much like this. Everybody's trying their best, so. And we had another pop-up throw here. That could be hard. It lands in the four-wheeler. I think they're using a winger there. Maybe they're using a winger on both these. And that just maybe, sometimes they jump. They got these, I call them a winger if you're not familiar with that. They're essentially almost like a slingshot. Pull the lever and got a basket with some stretchy bands on it. And I think the first time I saw something look like that, it was a water balloon thrower. The kids were launching water balloons. But if you don't get the trajectory and the angle of the legs just right, you either go too far or not far enough. That's Jib Joe out there. That's your guy providing the footage from right behind the line.
I bought a box of like 500 the other day.
We need some spirit fingers, Pat, for this to go.
Yeah, we got Dustin over there in the clubhouse. Just did a drive-bys. Fancy's handler. Again, we'll be going down to our top 6 amateur and professional handlers after this.
Guns up. No, 38, gentlemen, 38. Different dog, 38, 38. Alright, here we go. Dog to the line.
Hey, we've got Kane and Leah coming up here. I don't.
When you get to room.
Thank you.
I probably won't see you till next year or something like that. We're gonna head out.
All right, folks are starting to break camp here a little bit. All right, some handshakes going on. Our amateur team of the year. Be a good time to come up with one of those. Leah comes in here. He comes in here with 137. Lowest number dog yet to run this test, but they're going to get lower and lower as we go. Short right bird down. Long bird looks good. Keep your fingers crossed, everybody. Here goes the mama bird on the right. Well, yeah, we got a delay. I tried to speed things up too much. Grab our gun, points it up in the air, puts 2 shells in. Try not and dry. Okay. All right, that's the throw she wants. I think we're going to run a dog here. And she just cuts her loose. Well, that was a different style. She didn't stand up, take her time, and move. She just, the dog had the fix she wanted, but, well, it turns out she's gonna, if she comes back and gets this one, this bird's, I don't know if it's a little bit of an angle in throw, but at the very least it's very flat. Well, got the last bird thrown. First dog to do that. I think. Where's she gonna go next? You gonna go and just try to ease her? Yeah, she looks like she's gonna try to pick up this little shorty bird. Gonna keep this dog real loose. That's why she's not making him sit. She's just trying to keep this dog relaxed, to just give it permission to go get it. On the exact same line. Will the dog stop and hunt or line through it? Uh-oh.
Here.
Okay, there was an extra one, never got picked up out there. Well, they didn't need more confusion, did they? So, this is going to be interesting. Well, Matt's coming up and talking to her right away. And all that confusion to get the right bird just right, they never picked up that bird. So they had two of those on the ground. It's not the easiest decision on the judges at what point. I mean, you have to decide at what point did the interference occur. That does. I just heard from the gallery, so now what else can happen? Well,
Don't say that. Go back 3. Good touch. I'm so sorry. Oh, that's all good. Oh, it's all good.
Joseph, go get your black and white bird.
so there's some, who just had that misfortune, comes up. Got a question here, because, oftentimes when you have an interference and you've picked up a bird, you just don't know what the rules are here. Whether she's required to retrieve them in the same order or attempt to retrieve them in the same order. I don't know. But this is not a field trip, so that isn't necessarily the rule. But I'm sure we're going to get clarification on it. A very similar thing happened in an open national a few years back, a handful of years back, and there were 2 birds in the fall area, and the dog returned to the fall area, and people wondered why he was letting him do it, and found another bird, and they gave him a rerun. That dog happened to go on and win the national. Well, because, it is possible that dog got there, saw another bird there, and then hence the confusion starts. So now we got the sun has really popped out. It's got kind of bright. Maybe not good for the camera, but as I look in the field, things are pretty visible. And we're still getting through our no birds. Okay. Okay.
Hey.
We followed Lee's deal and just cut him loose on the go bird, and it went over there and jumped on it. Get a little wind shift. Now early when they had the flasher on that short one, it had been awfully hard to do that. Now he's going to go, I mean, it seemed like he was trying to set up for a right heeling position, but he certainly is posturing to go for the mama bird, the bird out of the same station thrown to their cover. He's got him lined that way. He said, just don't think too hard. Definitely what he's sending for. Dog's going hard, acts like he knows, tail's cracking. Jumped into cover, but that's only a couple feet away from this bird. This dog looks real confident. And bang. So, 2 really good marks. Yeah, he's gonna go. I was just wondering, I said, is there any chance you'd go? No, you're not gonna go long next. You gotta get these all out of here. This is a pretty please send. Yeah, Lee just got the clarification on the ruling that the handler must attempt to pick him up in the same order. Right. All right. Ooh, 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 ooh. It's hard to run by a bird like that and then go back. You know, you've denied it a little bit. Now, not really denied it because he just sent him really quickly, but same thing happened with Lee, but there was the interference of 2 birds at the one station, but there was not that case here. But it's a quick handle in the fall area. Probably the fall area.
Hey.
You go out there and jump on this bird, this feels like a pretty good spot. If you can hold the angle across the pond. So you see the reflections in the background off the trees? You can use those as references to kind of watch your dog's swim pattern. I'll do that a lot of times on a water blind or something, because sometimes in that open water it's a little difficult to tell if they're fading or where they're leaning. So I'll try to pick up something in the background, and a lot of times it reflects on the water, gives you a reference. Because when that dog's fade starts, it just gives you some information. Whether you do anything about it. Dog's pulling in a little bit, but just once that bend starts, you don't know how substantial it's going to be. And then, well, and we've had a few dogs bend, look like they were going to be in trouble. The test dog and then one other dog, and just made a break over to the bird. I think what you're seeing is like a wellhead or something out in the field. A little black object there, I just noticed. Bending pretty right here. Once again, when I say that, this dog's going to have to make an adjustment coming out of the water, I think. Made a little bit, pretty much going straight. Handler's got to have to make a decision right about here. Do you wait and let it play out and see if this dog doesn't bend left and maybe get a little help from the wind? But this dog is just going hard and harder. I got to believe this dog's going to go right. Yeah. Not the easiest handle in the world from there. Your blow come in and they turn to go. I told you about the curse of the test dog. When the test dog goes out and does it, and it makes it look easier than it is, it ends up meaning oftentimes that the test is hard. And this is really what I anticipated when I saw this, that was going to be the zone that the dogs were going to go to. And I'll tell you, they were talking about it putting a fifth bird over in there, and I'm not sure that wouldn't have made it easier. It would have made it longer, but it would have had something to push the dogs off of. And I think this is actually maybe a harder scenario. I think it makes that bird on the left harder for most dogs. Because you can bounce a dog off of a previous retrieve and they'll avoid it. And if you had a gun out there to tell them they couldn't go back to, it might help you get left, but that isn't the case. And I knew when you got there deep, that handle from there is incredibly difficult. Because you start reeling them in, the wind's pushing every time. The more they come in, the more they fade with the wind, right? All right. No, he's just got, the handler's elected to have the gun help. So, well, that's Sean and Matey. And I guess that's just a good old-fashioned pickup, which you hate to have to do, but I think that's going to probably prompt handlers to handle sooner in that situation instead of hoping. Only a guess on my part. Well, okay, I'm trying to figure out who's going to be next. Are we getting down to, okay, is this our, if I had to guess, this is Paul, probably going to be Paul and Cash, Paul Argonoff and Cash. Looks like some of the folks that got the word that they're not going to run, they're going to head towards the hotel or their lodging. I think that's what's happening here.
Shut down. Yeah. So Mama said that was not an option. Mama made a call. Yes, sir. She's upset, but boy, they'd love to have been back. Appreciate everything. No problem. That'd be my story. Put it on Facebook. I'm going home with you. Well, the sun has popped out. It's going to offer a little more light. Maybe allow us to run a little longer, but I don't know for a fact, but it sounds like they're just going to run the amateur dogs and shut it down. So we should have no trouble accomplishing that. Knock on wood.
Have they officially announced only the amateurs running today?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so they have. Hoping for that gust a little bit.
Yeah, I was hoping. I mean, we were sitting in 7th.
What do you got to lose?
I had to see if she would make a decision and get over there. I knew I couldn't handle from
Could you?
up there,
I mean,
but
and
done.
she just. And I'm talking to Sean here, coming in with Mady, and I mean, I just watched her. She was like a beeline, got out of the water, and just doing that long retired gun that wasn't over that in that direction. Never deviated, but just kept. Once she got out of the water, just straight as an arrow and kept going.
Had a food sign across the street over there. She was headed.
Is there something he targeted?
I think that's what it was.
Well,
I'm not sure what it was. So, Pat,
all right,
thank
buddy.
you, sir.
All right.
Enjoyed it.
Best of luck to you down the road. All right. That's Mr. Sean Jackson going to hit the road here. Bye-bye. All the pros are going back, and they're going to dream about Mama Papas. They're going to probably play the Mamas and the Papas on the radio. Okay, well, I got to get back engaged here. We got guns going off. All right, this is here's the Minnesota contingent here. What's going on here? They're talking to, well, did we have something go goofy here? Judges are talking to them. There's something they're gonna, wonder if a bird bounced in the water or something. Not quite sure what happened here. Oh yeah, that's what happened. Our short bird, it was a little too long. Bounced and then bounced over the ledge into the water. And that bird could have drifted away and been a challenge. Paul, are you waiting or are you going back?
Go back 3.
Okay. All right.
Not right now, buddy. I'll see if I can figure something out.
Short bird just bounced into the water and didn't move, but that would have been an easy bird to drift away, and that would have been a problem. Mr. Emerson's over here shaking his head, trying to get things going, and he's doing.
Rob's coming up.
Okay,
You could have a partner.
good deal. This is a good diet I'm on. I'm on a talking diet. I've got the 2 pieces of pizza sitting in front of me, and I can't find time to eat it, so that's probably a good thing. I feel like there are poison birds sitting there on the table. Oh, we got to have some fun here, and we are live, but.
You're live, that's all right. I'm not, but nobody cares.
Okay, well.
Hey, where's Jason's flag?
Yeah, I think there's some confusion on his musical chairs. Who's up? Who's on first?
Hey, Matt. Spread the word to your colleagues. I will be doing the amateur.
Yeah, we got to finish this first. We don't know who's
The test itself really is fairly timely, but it's just been some of the challenges with the mechanics. And we've had a glitch on every bird. We've been consistent.
Still here coming.
They finally rounded somebody up to sit next to me. I was starting to get a complex here. I couldn't get anybody to come down and sit. I think we've got Mr. Rob Robinette, Wiggles owner.
Stick that in your pocket.
Actually, you're better off setting it on the table because they're seems like when we get better reception here. Okay, well, I'm just getting my co-host here. Rob?
Mr. Pat, how are you, sir?
I'm doing well, and yourself?
I'm good. It's a pleasure to sit here with you.
Well, likewise. Are you? You're in the clubhouse today.
Yes, sir.
What? Now I've been trying to scramble for scores. What did you get?
I believe it was a 77.
So that is you. Okay, 77. Okay, well. So I've been kind of half trying to watch football games a little bit and do my math. So you got a 7.7, and you came in with a 1.64. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So you're sitting at 241 right now. Well, hard to speculate anything at this point.
Jason coming up with Shaker.
Oh, okay, is that what we got here? Yeah. Well, like I said, he's pretty familiar with that spot because he's been up there a number of times.
So what's your take on the test so far?
You know, it's a, you know, when it gets off, and I mean, there's obviously mama papas can create confusion all the time, and then you add a wipeout deal that's thrown out of order, adds even more. But when that test dog went up and made it look like 3-4 singles, and then what? Somebody else came up.
I think it was Dustin Owens and Fancy came
Fancy.
on and picked it up clean.
And I thought, well, maybe this. But I tell you, I always say it's the curse of the test dog. When the test dog goes out and does it, beware. It's good. It's not as.
So I had the privilege of getting to be the first official dog to run this test today.
All right.
And it's a lot of fun.
Well, that's right. So you went up and you did a pretty nice job of figuring it out. You did somewhat similar.
Yeah, I had the handle on the Longbird.
Okay, you had a good handle on the Longbird. Okay.
It's
It's running together now because we've had so much chaos. So 3 folks in a row have intentionally gone for the go bird, essentially the bird thrown under the arc bird first. Wow. This is so hard when you're watching a mama papa where you have overlapping fall areas. It looks like she's going to get that bird.
worked it out.
Yep.
Yeah, so when you're up there on the line, it gets pretty tight pretty quick right there with those 3 marks.
And you've seen different styles, like a number of you guys kind of took your time, stood up, kind of reacquainted them, and then last couple handlers just sent them as quick as they could. And,
I think it's all depending on the dog, how good they see that mark, following that shotgun, and then at that point, what you feel comfortable with. Like for me, I picked what would be the go bird.
What's he going to do? Is he going to try to he's going to try to talk him right back into that short bird? Didn't like the look. You can almost reach out and grab that bird, but if they go, well, a little different line. You're going to know here pretty quick whether this dog is going to, he's going to check down. Okay.
Yeah.
Well.
Got 2 of them in the bucket.
Yeah, that's certainly, at least on the right-hand triple, puts you in a pretty good spot, doesn't it?
Yes, sir.
Pretty good clarity on what she's retrieved. And this dog does, and the only thing I think a dog could do here is get worried and keep going, but this dog doesn't look like a warrior. She said, wherever you want me to go, I'm going to go there with exuberance. And that holding blind there, that naked holding blind is going to be almost the equivalent of a gun station. Goes into the cover, but goes in there looking. I mean, I'm not going to give her the kiss of death and think that, but most dogs are coming out with that. Well, you can see the tall cover moving, and she's got a nice smart hunt right on the edge.
Yeah.
Okay, well, 3 very good marks. And a little run around on the first bird retrieve, but she goes out and hits this left bird. It's going to look pretty darn nice.
So you're at the line. How would you run it? What would be your first bird?
It's so unusual from my world to have the scenario where that wipeout bird is a memory bird. And the sequence that felt the smoothest to me was pick up the wipeout bird, the bird on the right, the bird thrown to the cover, and then the bird in the middle. That just had the rhythm that felt right. But you know what? I mean, that's just your first instinct. And you don't know till you, well, first of all, next thing you got to do is you got to take into account what your dog saw and what your dog's telling you. But the rhythm to me feels like short bird, right bird, middle bird, that outside, inside kind of feel that dogs usually are pretty comfortable. And then this bird, well,
I think he was pretty happy with the initial line.
well, he's definitely not right. Because I can't see him, so I'm going to move over a little bit because I can't see him. I can see him on the screen, but not. Oh yeah, there we are. Yeah. So heading towards, bending in, kind of heading towards the tip of that point that has the little tree on it. Feels like a good spot. Well, that does feel like a good spot.
Yeah, that bush right there in front of you, you can learn a lot right there in the first 15 yards off the map.
Right. Oh yeah. Did he go left of it?
Yes, sir, I believe he did.
Playing a little bit of the English, the bend, but well, I mean, he's done all he could do. He's put this dog in a spot to. But I tell you what, he's been up there and he's picked out that gun a number of times. So sometimes maybe the no birds pay off in some ways. That dog got to pick out that gun a number of times, but.
I think we're going to learn a lot right here whenever
Oh, yeah.
on this skinny point what this
No.
dog's thinking.
I'm not going to say a word because I would jinx him if I was going to say what I was thinking. Just got to don't stop and hunt. She had it was a little bit of a, never cracked the tail, but she was kind of looking for information. But there she goes. She's going
Yeah.
across.
Pushing left, fighting the
And
wind good.
Not with any, now we had one dog come out left, pretty hard left. But this dog is not where that other dog was. And this dog just feels like it has feels like it knows there's a bird over there.
Oh,
with
yeah.
me. And I always said, on a bird like that, if you can get to where the gun stood, that's all you can hope for. Well, this dog kind of came out and squared up the hill, went over the ridge. Oh, there she is. She's down by the gun station. That's kind of what I expected. It's going to turn out
Oh,
nice.
this one should be
I got
right
it.
there.
Yep. Wait, is it in the sunshine? Right? I think it's right in there. Right there somewhere. Still up the hill a little bit. He's decided. So the strategy of handling.
So it's going to be real interesting where the hunt area is, if that dog was established hunting in the area right there when that whistle was blown.
Well, yeah, and again, that to me, I mean, again, the world I've come from, I'm like, why would you handle there? But I understand the strategy. I'm understanding the rules better.
I think, and I would have to get somebody to check, but that may be the first dog of the entire crown that's actually handled in the area. in the 4 series if that dog ends up being in there. I can't
Yeah,
remember of any
I mean,
dog
to me that has got to be. That's why
I mean, just,
she looked like she was just 1 or 2 more passes from getting it. But really, I guess 1 or 2 more passes and getting on her own isn't going to score much different than handling the fall area to the bird.
yeah, no, and she gets that wind behind her and she bails,
And it starts
it's hard to get them back.
Well, we saw how hard it was to handle. Sean showed us that. So I understand you got eaten up by the dog bug here, huh?
Yes, sir. I sure did.
Why don't you share with us your story, how you got into all this?
So it all started with a good friend of mine, Michael Dimmer, Windy Hill Retrievers.
Yep.
Needed a duck dog. And it went from a duck dog to sitting here talking to you. I'm a very competitive person. I'm married with 2 kids.
And home for you is where?
Geneva, Alabama.
Okay.
So at my age, this feeds that competitiveness.
Oh, yeah.
It gives you that drive of
I can relate to that.
playing a sport, And
So how long ago is this? Let's
so I've only been doing this for a year.
And you're here?
And so the crazy thing, something that the very first time I ever stood over a dog was in a Super Retriever Series weekend event, and I ran it in the open division. And when I say ever, I mean ever.
So you're too naive to be worried about it.
Yeah,
You said, let's just do this.
Still wet behind the ears, I guess. Let's just figure it out on the on the fly.
Well, it looks like you've done a good job of figuring it out.
I appreciate it. Yeah, I've really enjoyed being here. Had a lot of goals going into this year. One of them was to make it here. So,
well, from the looks of things, you've got a pretty good chance of. You're going to have to get. It's all going to depend on how few other ones go.
Yeah, that's probably one of the coolest things about this game is it's not over till it's over.
It's not over till it's over. Yep. So, when you said were you a duck hunter?
Yes, sir. So actually, I own a outfitting business in Arkansas, Jonesboro.
Very good.
So obviously needed a dog that could work.
Yep. So is that your
yes, sir?
That's your deal.
Windy Hill Outfitters. Yes, sir. And the crazy part is I wanted a boykin to start with.
Okay.
I still got a boykin.
Okay.
But the boykin couldn't do my lab work, so got with Michael. We live 3 miles apart. Got with Michael.
All right.
I would say that was definitely handling the area right there based off that score of a 34.
What did we get? 34.
That's a good job.
Well, that's our low score today, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Well,
I think we had Fancy and Dustin with a 55.
146 and a 34 put him at 180. Have that right? Hold on a minute. Did I say 156?
So next up we got.
No, he was 146. Yeah.
Hey, good run.
180. Well, that puts him right now atop the leaderboard.
This is Kevin Baggett and Satchmo, a guy that become a friend through this dog world. That's probably one of the other coolest things about this whole thing is the people that you meet. It's.
Well, Rob, I started doing this when I was 22, and it's 40 years right now. Well, 40 years ago, I turned professional. I went to work for Mike Lardy, so. And I haven't regretted it. Well, I'm not saying I haven't regretted a day, but not many. And you can see I'm here getting excited about dogs just like I was when I was a senior in high school. All right, here we go.
Satchmo was a top 3 team of the year in the amateur division.
Okay.
Had a really good run this summer.
Now we're hoping we get the
delay here.
Come on. My guess is
There.
okay. Well, we got a good throw. We just had a little delay on the communication. There we go.
Nice move.
So some of the handlers going for the quick send here. And the only reason you would send quick, because you're trying to get the the last bird down first. Now, there's a real argument for this. I mean, doing a mama papa as both memory birds is not easy.
No, sir. Worked it out pretty quick.
And the handlers have figured out the wind is just favorable enough, at least to get by it when you want to get by it. The only problem is you may get by it when you don't want to get by it. Okay. So some handlers have decided to go right back and pick up the short one, and he's decided, I think, to go for the right-hand bird. Now, I oftentimes like to pick up mama papas as a pair because there's more clarity. They know where they've been. But rarely have I done a mama papa with a bird sitting there at 50 yards. That's right. But two
good
excellent
marks right there.
Now, can he sell them on the short bird?
It took me some talking to get Wiggles to go back in there.
Oh, so yeah, what order did you get them in?
So I picked it up, the go bird first, came back and picked the right bird up, and then
Okay, so you did that. What
Yes, sir. Same sequence that we're going right here.
was that? Plan A?
No. I wanted to go easy, and he wanted that long left bird.
Look at this. Look at this.
Good.
3. I mean, as close to perfect as you can get, almost. Well, this. Yeah, we can't really see the. What's he doing? He's putting his work gloves on, huh?
Changing uniforms.
He's going. He's pushing a little bit. Move to the right side of the. I mean, they give you a lot of leeway where you can send from. Most of the early dogs, the dogs weren't getting on that point that he crossed. That was a point you crossed on the water blind. So he changed his line a little bit, put you in a little bit better position. Ooh, he's caving pretty hard though. Sometimes, you know, you do that big push, and once they bend back, sometimes they bend back too hard, and the handler's got to have a decision to make here, and he made it right there. Yeah. Well, these guys with these.
I think we're getting to the bottom here. I think.
Yes. Yeah, we're getting into these lower scores here, and these guys, you know, are banking on they can afford a handle. He's got 3 almost perfect birds here, so if he can execute this handle, it's not going to be what he wanted, but it.
It's like he's caving again.
I think the biggest challenge is getting them to change direction in that open water, or when they're way up in the field. It's not really a crosswind, because if it was a crosswind, they'd be winding that short bird. But I think it's just the open water, the way that shoreline just kind of draws them. It's so tempting.
Oh!
It goes with a big verbal over. That's a word I haven't heard much this week. Better stay on it. And you're essentially like you're running a landline now.
Oh, yeah.
You got to just like you did in the second series, you got to stay on them and put their head on the bird. Because the further out they get, the harder it is to get them to change direction. Now it's a little hard to see them. There's a dip. If they show up right. Ooh. Okay. He's deep of the bird. Well, it blew a come in. I saw his tail crack, and he's going pretty much the way he left, and that's a blind spot there. But here he comes over.
There he comes. I think he just winded it.
Well, well, I don't know how many whistles it took. We had 3 good marks and 1 not so good mark with a lot of whistles. Yeah. I'm sure we'll see a score here before too long. It wouldn't take long to score the 3 right-hand birds.
No.
So what now that you're a year in, what's your 5-year goal?
Crown champion.
Okay. I would expect nothing less.
I got a taste of it. So we'll this will be my last event for the year. I may run an amateur.
When's your duck season open?
November 23rd.
Okay.
So kind of started switching gear to that, but we got a break and there's a field trial down there close to home. So if it works out, I'm gonna try to run some of my dogs in the amateur in it and
Okay.
see how that works out.
So where's the trial that's close to home?
Vernon, Florida.
Oh, Vernon. Okay. Well, I'm over in Thomasville,
Yes,
Georgia,
sir.
over here, so a few hours.
I'm sure you'll see Mr. Dimmer quite a few times this winter.
Yeah, met him for the first time a year ago here, and had a great conversation with him. And a good friend of mine, Ray Vogt,
Yep.
who I've worked and Mike have worked together some. Are we going to see a score before the dog gets across the lake?
Let's see.
So who? Okay, do we have?
So we got Dustin Owens is in the holding blind here with the
Okay.
Ranger,
And we got to pick up Paul with Cash again,
and then Leah and Kane will have to come back and run,
and then
and we still got Mr. John.
You know, I know running last is the prize you get for having great scores. But sometimes I'm not sure it's an advantage. You sit here and you overthink things.
Yeah, so it happened to me a couple times this year out on the circuit, if you want to call it, the weekend events that we run. You know, obviously to get qualified here, and it can be a lot of fun to be there, but it can get stressful pretty quick. Especially when you know it's a number game. So when you walk up there, you know exactly what you got to do, and that's good and bad because those whistles and
you bet
it can go south quick.
Well, I had a few nationals. I wish I could look at a leaderboard because then you got to make a decision. Even in field trials, you think I had a decision at a national in Savannah, Georgia, a while back that thought I was ahead, and my nemesis and friend, boss, Mike Lardy, was with Lottie, who had won 2 back-to-back national opens, and I was trying to dethrone him, and ended up having that big hunt on a big long bird like that, and then had to handle on top of it. And well, there's only one place in the national. Well, what do we get? Okay, here we go. So I gotta get a picture of that dude there. Hopefully they could leave it up for us and we could talk about it. But we didn't. That kind of flashed through, and I didn't see that coming. But probably you folks at home did.
So this is Dustin.
Maybe I can get somebody to text me that leaderboard, and I can. Yeah, well.
Got Dustin and Ranger. Dustin ran Fancy earlier, had a good run, clean run with Fancy, so
okay.
He's probably got a pretty good plan of what he wants to do after seeing it one time.
So we had a couple handlers that had multiple dogs here.
90 was Satchmo.
90?
90.
Okay. puts Satchmo at 219. Helps you out a little bit.
Oh, we still trailing.
Well, you got to beat her 6 dogs.
Then we had a no bird right here.
Did we? What was it on? One of the.
It was on the left to right mom and pop mark.
Did it not go?
It looked like it was a little short. May have got hung up, and
Okay.
I think I can see it laying there. Didn't
Well,
quite
he-
make the cover.
Dustin wants to be like everybody else and have to go back in and out of the holding line. So that's a come right back thing, I guess, huh? On your first no bird?
So usually the way it works is on your first no bird, you can come right back. Usually the second no bird, depending on if any mark was picked up, then it starts into the 3 dogs back. And
It's interesting, maybe you just think, all right, I got a good look at the birds, I want to go now. But with the whole strategy of points thing, would you not take advantage of being able to go to school a little bit on not just the dogs, but
what you got
what you got to beat?
Yep.
I don't know. But
The more you get to show
I'll tell you what I always did like though. You get a look. You look at that long bird and you look at it again right away. I can certainly see. The advantage for that. Okay. Oh, that's going to be another no bird to bounce back.
Yep, the bird was walking out.
Well, it's a winger, right?
Yes,
so
sir.
it's not his fault.
No.
But maybe you get a little more wind, or her fault.
Yeah, I think the wind may have picked up a little bit, and it's just getting hung up.
Not sure what that is, but whoever it is, she says, darn it. I think they're going to have to, those wingers will hop. All right, here we go. We got some stuff up here now. All right, there you go. You got Jason here. So right now you're sitting in second there, buddy.
There it is for you.
Okay. All right, what do we got? We got Nick with, we got let me try to get a picture of that. Hold that up a minute if you can. My brain is not quite that good. There we go. I got it. Maybe you guys at home are going to do that too. All right, well, you've got Jason with that smart handle in the fall area.
Yes.
Coming in with 34 and a 180. We got Fancy over here with 211. Satchmo 219. Rob, you're 241 there. Okay, you're 4th down there. You got a 293, a 300, and a 321. So, you on the edge of your seat here?
No, I mean,
You seem pretty cool here.
like I said, I've enjoyed being here and the learning from it, and I don't wish bad on anybody.
So if
I
they
wanna
told you
watch
you're
the
going
dog work, and I mean, obviously I can sit here and Monday morning quarterback my week. It's real easy to do, but
yeah. Well, but you know what? It doesn't have to be Monday morning. It'll be an opportunity for you to learn for when you're in that situation again, and you will be. I pretty much promise you that. All right, let me know that I got that picture. I can. Okay, I got my 34 there, my 55's in there, my 90's in there. 97 is you. Okay, got this guy here, 131. I'm kind of talking to myself here because I'm working on these numbers while they make adjustment. Those wingers will jump around, so sometimes they, in other words, I guess you'd call it recoil of the launch will change the angle, and you had a couple throws that went too high and too short. So they're making those adjustments, and at this point they know they're not going to get in professional dogs run, so all right, we got a DQ there. I think I'm caught up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we have 4 dogs to go.
4 dogs to go.
4 dogs to go. It's 3:43.
What did y'all end up coming up with time-wise?
Well, about 12 minutes a dog, when even with some of the, so 4 dogs should take under an hour. Now we got a time change tomorrow. So
Yes,
it'll be
sir.
interesting. Are they going to start at the old 8 o'clock time or the new 8 o'clock time?
It's a good question.
Because the old 8 o'clock time will be 7 o'clock tomorrow on the clock, not in our brains, right?
That's right. Takes a week or two to get used to that.
Yep. All right, I'm still scrambling, trying to watch my leaderboard here. So Nick, 1, 2, 59. Okay, so he's back up on the mat here. Okay, so he decided to come right back again?
Yes, sir, he did. And like you said, I mean, the more you get
Lighting's
to
nice now.
see that long bird, the better off
If
you
you've
are.
really seen that long bird and you can see it 3 times in a row, I don't think it's a bad gamble. Not a gamble, a bad decision. Okay. They were okay with that. Not right up next to the cover, but I think I guess there's a road that goes through there, and when they're sitting in the road, they're just super. Okay, so he did this before, didn't he?
Yes.
Came up and he cued on that longbird again. I thought, my goodness, is he going to send for it?
So with the test, that gun stays out until your dog leaves the line on any more.
Oh, I see what you got going. Well, that's...
Getting another chance to look at it.
I didn't see anybody else do that.
No, sir, he's the only one that's done it.
Maybe because, they think like that's going to confuse these.
We going easy here?
Yep.
Yep.
I think he is. He's not going to leave that. Well, looks like a pretty good team here, doesn't it?
Yes,
I mean,
sir.
he's able to do that a little bit, and then the dog just totally gets it. Now, would you think that's something they'd ever do in training exactly like that? Because that feels like something you'd do on the fly. And not on the fly, but just because of the unique situation. No. This to me feels like the rhythm that just, I feel like I could get my dog to make the most sense out of it, but I always said that on big quads, like the second bird retrieved is oftentimes the most important, because the longer you can avoid confusion of where you've been, you can kind of start to use multiple choice to help you get through it. So if I can get 2 pretty clean birds and there's real clarity in what they've retrieved, I think I can talk them into that other one. But that's not always when it looks just like this.
Two in the bucket.
2 in the bucket. I mean, this is not an easy bird here.
No.
You got to go under the arc of that one.
You deal with
But he's done it
unhole
before.
falls.
He's done it before. The dog thinks like, maybe we should go get that long one.
He's
See
looking.
that? He says, wait a minute, we made such a big deal out of it, why don't we just go get it? Yeah, this.
Taking his time.
Yeah, you got to sell him on it. And if you don't want to send him too soft,
Yeah, there's some decoys in short
Yeah.
of them holding blinds. You don't.
but you don't want him to go, go back and hunt this short one, because you already talked him in there once. But if you send him too firm, he might get a conscience and go by it. But he looked like he made sense out of it. We'll know here
We're gonna know here in just a
pretty
second.
darn. Ooh, I don't like that bend. It went on.
Yep.
But it's going to be interesting. Going to be really interesting. Could he line by it? Ooh, he just saw it. Ooh-wee, well.
Good mark.
You bet it was. But you know what? Sometimes dogs, like, oh, did he see it? Did he win it? Well, it doesn't matter. He was close enough to do it. But he wasn't worried, and he was receptive to seeing it. Sometimes a dog is like, at that point, they're worried, and they're just saying, I got to go to the back. I got to keep going. I got to stay in the water. And they'll ignore it. Well, he didn't ignore it. Well, he's looked at it 3 times. He's re-showed it multiple times.
And it worked out good for him with,
Let's see if
Fancy earlier.
And the dog acted like he thought, well, let's just go get it third. Now he'll learn a lot right after the shake. They'll start to, he's feeling pretty good about that.
Ranger!
I would be willing to bet he tried to get him look right where the gun stood and just get up there where you saw that white coat up there on the hill. He caught just the tip of that point. It's going to be mostly if he starts to, and he acts like he's going to angle. I want to see it from. I'm standing up here. I'm watching it on the screen. And as you look at it there, it appears that he's holding angle. You see that channel up to the left? That's really the perfect line of the bird goes up through there. Dog looks like he's going with purpose. He doesn't look. Sometimes you'll get this, and then they'll just kind of cave right at the last minute.
It's like
But
doing a
he
pretty
has
good
feel.
job of fighting it.
This dog, it just feels like this dog's got pretty good idea where he needs to get to. And this is our second lowest dog coming in, isn't it? Oh, he's okay.
As soon as he gets on
Remember
land.
they said about just right at the last minute they'll kind of square out. You're going to know, I think, within 8 or 10 strides out of the water. He's either going to make a little bit of a correction left, or he's going to head towards that power pole to the right. Oh, there's a little. Oh, he almost stopped to hunt there.
Got a decoy or something there in the water.
There's the bend to the right. Yep. Well, again, he's in second place coming in here. He's had 3 perfect marks. He can't afford to. And he got a hell of a cast. Jeez, and Pete's. You got to believe that dog had an idea was over there to take that cast all the way to the bird.
Boom. Very good handling right there.
Yeah, he read that situation, and I'll tell you, that's not the first time this guy's been on the map. I can tell you that by watching him. Because, you know, he made a lot of adjustments and moves and communication on these 3 right-hand birds. And he did, I mean, it was the last 15 yards before the dog got out of the water when he just kind of, that's why those long punch birds are hard, because you know, these watermarks that take long, because you got to remember that for a long time. You think he's thinking, all right.
Dustin's probably doing some math.
Yep.
He's probably getting a pretty good idea.
Well, it was a 1 whistle handle.
Yeah, I think it's going to be in the around 50 at the most, I would think.
He's, and I'll tell you, I mean, there's such a huge, between John Robertson and him, that's, what is it, 71 points between, but there's 2 big series to go.
That dog has been impressive all
Kate
week.
and John Robertson, he's
really enjoyed watching her. This is the first time I've seen her.
Now we're going to pick up Paul, right?
Yes,
Paul
sir, that
and
is
Cash.
Paul and Cash.
All right. So you're guessing 50-ish?
I'd be surprised if it was over that.
And then, you know, Jason came up with that 34 with the handle, but that was in the air.
In the air.
This was to the area. Less handles, but
I would say Shaker and Ranger's marks were comparable on those 3 right birds, wouldn't you?
yeah.
So, you know, 50 mid 50s, low 50s, probably.
Okay.
And that's just a guess.
Mm-hmm. We're starting to get down to the end here. We have 3 dogs. Looks like, is it Paul, Lee, and then John? Is that how we're doing it, or is Lee going to the end?
I'm not sure. I know they were having some discussion about it. I'm not sure if they figured out if she was going in or if she was going to go right before John. I don't see her up here around anywhere, so.
You know, the difference between a no bird and a rerun. You know, a rerun is you've made a retrieve, or you've left the line. I was telling a story. I'm trying to think of the dog's name. St. Louis National Open Retriever Championship field trial. Same exact thing happened. Early series, 3rd series. Dog goes back into the old fall, and everybody's wondering, what in the hell is he doing letting that dog go? And picks up another bird. And they have a meeting, and they've decided that the point of interference was when the dog entered the fall area the first time and maybe saw the other bird. And, you know, it wasn't that tight. And so dog got a rerun, does the test, goes on and wins the national.
Wow. Yeah, you could tell on Leah's first run that Kane really wanted to go back there, and there was, for obvious reason, there was 2 of them laying beside one another.
Yeah, and even if you don't know, you've got to give, I mean, the dog the benefit of the doubt. It's, what are we, okay. You know, you just, and you'll never know, but that's the right thing. You got to do that. If she'd have got the short bird and the right bird, we wouldn't know, still wouldn't know there's an extra bird out there, would we?
Nope. I think he caught a piece of it. Looked off left there for a minute, but I think he got her back in there.
Paul's going to take his time a little bit. You think he's... I wondered if he was going to follow suit. Well, I worked with Paul a couple years ago at a workshop I did in Minnesota at a Central Minnesota Retriever Club, and saw this dog, and it's a nice animal. Well,
It's got a lot of letters by his name. I know that.
yes, he had, and he was real noticeable. He had that big, long, sweeping, like a dune buggy flag tail stuck real tall, and what I really did know is that the rapport between Paul and Cash was very obvious. They had a real communication bond and a trust that pays off here. And I've seen a lot of that this week. Well, he's going in there. Bingo. Oh. He knew the bird was there. You see him break stride. And you love when a dog comes in like that, using his eyes. You know, he's broken stride, he's scanning a little left and right.
Two in the bucket right there, Pat.
Yep. Now you just re-acknowledge the holding blind or the gun station. Send him slightly firmer, I would think. You don't want to blow him by it, but you don't want him to stop and re-hunt the short bird. He's taking a little different line, has a different attitude.
Good spot right there.
Oh boy. Is that the bird right
I think
there?
I see
We're
it on the
seeing?
ground. Boom.
Well.
Front footed that one.
All right, Paul. Time to step it up here, buddy. You can make a statement.
I'm going off his left. Probably trying to get left of that bush.
Tell you what, that body of water he trains on in St. Cloud, Minnesota's got some big looks like this. When I was there. Not the first time he swam across a big body of water. He got a good start. I think he's got a good start. It's hard to tell from that angle, but caught the tip of that point. Oh yeah. Now when the bend happens, it happens, if it's gonna happen, somewhere in about here. We'll know more when we see him on the other side of this. We're looking around a couple of the banners and signs. Oh yeah. He made a definite move.
Made the move left
to
right
angle
there.
and hold that left. I tell you what, you're sitting there online and you're just, anticipation is just, your head feels like it's going to burst. Boy, he's made a real conscious move to hold this line.
And just made another move there left.
Remember, Shaker was this or a little more left, and then went across and went over the top of the berm, kind of went down the tree line and showed up near the bird. Feels like he's a little more right. There's a little bit of that move. Yeah. Oh boy. It looks to me like you couldn't draw much of a straighter line at this point, but
I would imagine too Mr. Paul was paying close attention to where Shaker was at for the area.
Yes.
He's not going to mess around much.
Oh,
I
there's a
wouldn't
move. I
imagine.
mean, that's right under the arc of the bird.
A little short.
Yeah, but he's just make a little pivot and climb the hill a little bit, I would think, is what you're looking for. Over in,
Boom.
my goodness. Woo, 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 woo. Now that's
That was sporty.
good. That got applause. That was a set of marks, gentlemen. That was a set of marks. Well,
I think we're down.
I don't know what he's
to-
going to get, but
Oh,
what I
that-
think I do know is he's going to go play in the fifth.
He would definitely be in the fifth. So what's our lowest score so far?
Our lowest score so far is
34?
Jason. Oh, on the, yeah. And that was a handle.
Yeah, I think you're going to see lower than that.
Oh, how could you not?
Yes.
All right, now I'm going to ask you. Now you got to put your money where your mouth is. Above or below 20?
I'm gonna say it's gonna be between 14 and 19.
Oh, you're really going to narrow it down. So, okay, so let's look. Boom, boom. I mean,
And that may be high.
I'm going to say closer to 10. I mean, I'm looking at, he hammered that one. He ran in and broke down, saw that one. He didn't saw that one. His only hunt was in the last, I don't know.
It's gonna be
I'm trying to
interesting.
remember. Well, we'll see. But you know what? We're not seeing the lines, and there's some things about lines. There may be some other things happening up there that, there's some deductions that aren't obvious to us. We're sitting in our living rooms.
I can promise you that Mr. Paul is gonna be happy with the number that they tell him.
Yeah.
He does.
That is.
He doesn't want to go there and run it again. He'll
Well,
take that
I'll
money
tell you
and go
what.
to the truck.
The only thing he's happier with than that is that dog.
That's
Is
right.
Mr. Cash, because his buddy really stepped up.
Met Mr. Paul for the first time here this week at the Crown, and super nice guy.
Wonderful gentleman.
Oh yes.
He's got that little smirk going. Okay, that's
Ranger and Owens with a 55.
For a minute I looked and went, wait a minute. Oh, yep. Okay. Well, that's a solid score. Isn't it?
I don't think it's gonna take.
He got
long.
55 with both
Ooh,
hits.
look at there. 4. Wow.
I wondered if it was going to be under 10. Oh my God.
Wow.
That is important.
Great job, Paul.
Oh my goodness. I tell you what, if that doesn't make you smile, not just
That's what you come here.
if it doesn't give you goosebumps, you're
Oh,
crazy.
Yeah. That's what you come here for, to see stuff like that right there.
Yeah. And I just think of all the nationals. You see some extraordinary work. Not bad for a Vikings fan.
Even a blind squirrel finds an acorn.
No, there was not a blind squirrel.
Good job.
Buddy. That was spectacular. Spectacular. All right. Ooh, my goodness. A 4 puts him at 139.
So I would say he probably got 3 of those points on that one, on the Longbird.
Yeah.
So there's your little hunt. And this dog right here has been impressive all week.
Oh, indeed, indeed. And she's coming in here with a 56. But I'll tell you what, if you're going to put pressure on the leader, that's a good way to do it. Right in front of him. Right in front of him.
Showing her to her again. May have pulled off of it a little quick.
Very calm. He's got his Super Retriever Series Crown Championship jacket on. So he's going to take the methodical approach. Is he going to do what?
He may be showing that long gun again.
Sure he is. Sure he is. One bird at a time. Inside of it a little bit, but just wanted to be kind of relaxed going in there. Got knocked one out.
So I heard you talking earlier about hand drops.
Mm-hmm.
So with this primary selection that we're doing, would you still not hand drop just to reiterate the confidence of that dog?
Right.
That's where I want you to go.
Well, I mean, the hand is as much for the cadence of the send, but if I put a hand in, he put a kind of a, we call it kind of a casual hand, where it's not real intense,
Right.
it's not aggressive in any way. Creates a little push for the bird a little bit too, you know, on the left.
Oh,
Boom. The hand on that bird, the left bird, is way different than any of these other
yes.
hands,
Yes.
right?
Oh, yes.
And it's not just the hand, it's your posture, it's the aggressiveness of your tone, it's how, you know, do you sweat them? Do you know, a lot of times you're, you know, when you get ready to set them on a hard blind or a big punch bird like you did in the first series, you're trying to put them in a sober state. Here you want serious but not worried, right?
Yeah.
Because now, a little bit serious, because you got to just get under the arc. You know, by not insisting that dog sits, you're keeping him a little more relaxed. Let's see what happens here. This
A
dog's
little harder.
Goes on through. Okay. Looks over by the. Okay. Nice.
No problem. 3 down.
Don't be clapping yet, folks.
We still got the money bird.
But 3 not. I mean, almost identical to Paul
Yep.
on those first 3.
A little more bend on that bird than Paul had.
Right.
Yeah. On those two, but still excellent marks on both of them.
If that decides the winner, that little bed,
It
which
could.
obviously it's not. This guy's got
He's got a lead. Man, have these judges not done a great job of throwing the book at us.
Yeah, they have.
This
They
week.
have. I've really enjoyed it. You know, I knew two of the 3 judges, and you know, I think their attitudes have been incredible, and the whole group, they're having fun with each other.
Hey!
All right, goes for a pretty firm send, gets a nice chunk of that. Looks like a solid start. I said, I'll use a lot of times, use that like the reflection in the trees, it really helps you interpret. Boy, is she bending left?
It looked like she squared that point whenever she rolled over it.
Yeah, she's correcting. She's a little left. She's starting to bend in the direction of the bird, direction of the gun. What was the dog early? It was Bailey, wasn't it? that came out?
Yeah, Casey Parker and Bailey.
Came out left, went over the hill, and then ended up being way right. And this dog's more on the line that Bailey was on, but now starting to make some adjustments. She's kind of angling towards that little tree on that point. I don't know. She's got. I mean, she's in a favorable spot if she has her presence of mind. Watching her on the TV there on the monitor, she looks like she's got more right bend than it does from here. But I think she's kind of started to make the move in the right spot. You'll know more when she crosses this little mud flat, this little spit. If she goes left, well, if she goes left, I would still expect most dogs to come up with this bird from over there, but probably the hardest decision now is with the lead he has.
I don't imagine he's gonna. Probably got a short leash on that dog once it touches the ground.
Do you?
I figured the first.
You let him go over the hill out of sight?
No, no way.
I mean, I would expect most dogs to roll right and roll into the bird, but I
would think if that dog takes.
But if they didn't, with this lead, it seemed like it would be. This dog has taken a line, and almost like she's targeting that. There's a telephone pole and a guide wire in the distance, and if she comes up, just yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I wouldn't expect that to be that difficult of a handle because you're casting with the wind, kind of in the direction the dogs wanted to go. Well.
Yep, I think that was a very smart decision by
Well, with a 70-point lead, 74-point lead, isn't it? If I'm looking at that right, 127 to 56. Excuse me, 71-point lead. I was looking at a card.
So what was your initial thought on just this one punch bird here when you first seen it?
I knew it was going to be hard. It'd have been hard and I think when you isolate it by itself and you get no reference, and I think it makes it harder. When I say isolate it, you know what I mean? As far as, they had talked about having a fifth bird over where the dogs kind of wanted to go. It had taken longer, and I think it had made it easier because it had given you something to push your dog off of.
Yeah, leaving that gun out, leaving that fifth bird out, and retiring just that one.
I mean, I'm not saying it would have been easy. It's not.
Right.
But I think when you leave, and there was a stretch there because, you see different types of tests go in fads. But I spent a bunch of time running field trials in Texas, and then big Texas country, these big, long retired guns were just the norm. And they went through that fad where they threw the one way out of the test with two birds over here. And it was tough, and it had the same look. You didn't have anything other than, I mean, they either took the line or they remembered the bird. And there's nothing tricky. I mean, they're getting a good look at this. I mean, I love it.
And I mean,
when they pointed it out, here's what happened. I walked up, I just pulled in here on Monday, and I said, we're going to do a quad here. And I stood right over there at that tent. I looked around, and he says, we got a punch bird, and I went right there. And he said, yep, that's it.
Oh, yeah.
And we laughed. I said, there it is right there. You looked at that channel, and not that maybe a bunch of people would have, but that's where my eyes went. Like that's where I'd throw it.
Right.
And with the wind, at one time I thought, well, I'd throw it from right to left, but then you couldn't hide the holding blind. So I think this you just evaporated the holding blind.
Right.
If you had a holding blind out in that field that they could find, it would be different. It'd be easier. You know, if it was, even it brushed out and it's the only
It'd be the
thing
only
that
thing out.
looks like a holding blind,
Right.
they would have had something to look at and hunt off of when they got there. Here, when they fade, and there's, you know, and the judges have, I mean, they've done good tests, but they've been fortunate with the wind directions too, because this is perfect for this test.
Yeah, I don't think there's been a dog.
Perfect. I mean, the wind has been ideal for every series they've had. That crosswind for the crows yesterday, maybe, I mean, it's just, and that's good fortune and good planning. You look at a forecast, you kind of plan your test accordingly. One dog to go.
One dog.
What's that going to get? What's that going to draw?
That score. I mean, it wasn't a bad handle. Didn't have any refusals on it.
Would it take 2 casts? 3 casts?
I think it was 2, 3 casts. His
Obviously handled to the fall area.
Yeah, his line to the mark was
3 near perfect birds. I'm going to ask you over above 40.
I think it'd be in the high 50s.
High 50s. There's a 55 here, Dustin earlier, and that's probably a pretty good chance. We'll find out.
I had a 77 with Wiggles on handling on that bird, and his marks were better than Wiggles' marks.
Okay.
You know, there could be at least 10 points worth of marks less.
71.
71.
Well, there you go. Okay. Well.
A 71?
Okay. Well, they're definitely giving dogs credit for getting to the fall area.
No doubt.
71 plus 53 gives him 124, and Paul has 139.
Tomorrow's going to be fun.
It is going to be fun.
Here comes Miss Leah back up.
This is our last dog, right?
Last dog.
It is 4:19. Well, I'm going to get to go watch a little football this afternoon. Maybe change gears a little bit. Fun stuff.
Florida's beating Georgia.
Yeah, Florida's up on Georgia 10-3, second quarter. Undefeated. All right, here we go, Leah. Okay, this is our rerun. So we got some clarification. She's picked up the last bird down. She must at least attempt to pick up the birds in the same order.
Yes.
Now, does must attempt mean you have to handle to it? If she sends for this go bird and the dog wins the short bird, is she required to handle to it?
I think she's going to have to handle to it to pick it up, but I think she has a score already.
She has been scored on one bird.
But yeah, she does have to attempt to pick it up in the same order.
But does attempt mean you send from the mat, or does attempt mean you have to handle to it? I don't know the answer to that.
I would think she's probably going to have to handle to it if it comes down to that. Two good birds.
Oh, look at here now. So first time she just cut her loose.
Yep.
So she's doing everything she can. She's going to just strongly influence to go for the.
Hey.
Okay. Okay. So if it were you, what bird do you send for next? Would she burn up her line to the right bird? And you need, or handling,
I mean,
hard call, isn't it?
So I was in this similar situation in the first series with another dog that I ran. Had the short flower, had the distraction.
See, she's getting, I mean, this dog's worried now. Oh, I wonder if she couldn't see the dog.
I think she's just trying to burn as least amount of memory as she can.
But I mean, the dog started to go on, and it took her a while to almost react, but
See, he doesn't know. Okay.
oh, this bird's a little more on the tip. I mean, a little bit different. A couple of those ones were up a little higher and a little more visible, but not been scored on it. It's just like, all right, what's she gonna do?
Based off that line, if you're asking me,
I would
where
go for the bird.
easy.
I think I'm most likely to have the least amount of trouble with, just to relax this dog a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what she's going to do. Let's just go and knock one out, kind of, because you just handle on that one, and the dog's got like a little worried about it. If you can just say, all right, let's just relax a minute here. Let's go ahead and get a bird out, and then I sweet talk him into that short one. And the first time she went right back at there, and the dog didn't like the feel of it, and whether or not it had something to do with the other one or not, but see, she handled the dog out. All right, what happens here? Dog's dives right in the cover, but dog's hunting the gun, but hunting deep. Ay. Tough call here. Well, she doesn't have a tough call now. I gotta believe that line. I mean, she did everything she could to try to make sure she got the go bird, and I think the dog actually pulled off of it and started going for that bird, and then he got handled off that. And this dog, with all that training and conscience, is just gonna, well, all right.
So now what do you do here?
Well, you gotta get the short. I mean, you're gonna go for the long bird now?
I mean, how many times has he been down that path? I mean, I have no idea.
Yeah. I mean, but
I mean, yeah,
you've handled
he's
on,
got to
I mean,
go right there.
You've handled on two birds, one of which you've only been scored on. Now you're just gonna let them stand there. It's okay. Relax. I mean, if you're trying to send them like it's a happy bumper, but the tail's a little bit nervous. His dog's, there's no wagging. There's the, right there. You're really trying to get him to trust you here. This is where it's hard, because this he's trying to talk him into something this dog thinks he shouldn't do, I think.
Oh.
Right? You can see all that. Well.
So I would be worried here about blowing through it.
Yep. Yeah. That might have happened regardless.
Man, you hate.
You go out and have trouble on this bird, she's going to take a big hit.
You hate this for her.
Yeah, you do.
Team of the year worked as hard as anybody.
But there's one thing I'll tell you, she'll be back.
Oh, no doubt.
So she came in here at the 137. Well, now the numbers are going to get interesting, aren't they? You do know what this means, right? Yeah. Well. No, yeah, I'm live. I mean, this is, you know, it just what happens here. Now, all the stuff that made this dog anxious on the right-hand two birds will probably help her in this bird. I mean, at least the discipline factor, right? Kane and Lee Spivey, amateur team of the year, and no matter what happens, you don't take anything away from this dog's effort. Just, I think, a bad break. All right, where are we at here? Could go either way here. Just put her hat up, took her hat off. Yeah. Yep. Well. Sometimes you're the windshield, sometimes you're the bug. I think. So it's 4:30. I'm sure we'll come up with final scores here after Lee finishes. Well, we're going to do a leaderboard here as soon as Lee gets this last bird. Well, wonderful animal, wonderful team, but just an unfortunate sequence of events for her. You can certainly feel the disappointment in her, but
she's a
like I
fighter.
said before, I'll tell you one thing I know for certain, she will be back. I think, well, wait a minute, hold on, what do we got here? Or does it? 1, 2, 7 plus. What do we got here though? No, what do we got? We got.
So what do you think the pros that are sitting at home, what do you think they picked up off watching Am's run first?
I mean, I think their biggest decisions are how they manage the complexity of this scenario on the right.
I think something, one answer I'm sure they all wanted to know is exactly where the handle in the area was on that long bird.
True.
They got that answer.
To me, it feels pretty obvious.
Yeah, but
I mean,
it's
it's
kinda
on that
deceiving.
hillside to the left.
It's kind of deceiving with
It's
that
got to
hill.
be like somewhere. The distance the bird is from the gun to the left. I mean, to me, even though it's long, it feels like that hillside, and you're acknowledging what in the area where that gun is. That's, I mean, you can watch. The dogs are almost telling you when they know they're there. And that really was the only dog that handled in the fall area. I mean, the dog hunted it, and you thought he was going to get it without being handled, and then he hit. Right.
And
So
I think it was a very smart handle. I think this is going to wrap us up for the day.
This is going to wrap us up. We're going to wait for Lee's score here and look at the leaderboard. The Yeti beer cooler is full of duck.
Full of duck. The bucket is full.
So do we fill that with champagne and pour it over the winner's head or something, or beer, or Gatorade or something?
I've never been here. So
Well, you're here now, buddy.
that's a good question.
Wow, I'll tell you what, we're kind of quiet, a little stunned here. Every turn. Lee, hate that for you, girl. It just,
He's got to do this part too.
yeah, once confusion kicked in, it just kind of snowballed, didn't it, on you?
Yes, sir.
And, you know, you get a dog like that that's trying so hard to do the right thing. Just didn't know what the right thing was.
Oh yeah.
You know, you almost like a dog there that's not, that doesn't have a conscience.
That's right.
That you could just say, there's a duck over there, go get it. But this dog is a thinker. And that wins more than loses. Just that situation. And it, you know what? It might not have mattered because she got the goat. I mean, if there wasn't, I'm still not convinced the dog went back to that mama bird because there was another duck there, but you had to assume that.
Right.
But the dog aligned through that.
I think the biggest thing was, you know, it goes there, picks the first one up. She has a hard time lining it up to the right when it blew through it, and she handled it back because Leah didn't know there was another bird there, and I think that's when all
Right. But I will tell you, I think if you'd have had the, my guess is what would have happened. She'd have handled on that short bird, got the right bird, and chances may or may not have done the same thing on the long bird. But we'll never know.
Nope.
What we do know is that we're going to have 6 dogs going to the finals here in just a minute. You're just outside the cut, aren't you? 1, 2, 3, 4.
What? Why? Tomorrow? Oh.
We got a horse race here. From what I can see, we've got 4 dogs under 200. But we're going to find out when we get the official leaderboard here.
Pat, I sure have enjoyed being able to come up
Well,
here
indeed.
and sit with you. And
Just leave your stuff there and come on in.
It's a good day when you get to sit with somebody and talk dogs.
no doubt, especially somebody with your knowledge.
Well, it's just, you know,
glad
we've all been in all of these places, and
I'm glad to get you to come down there and see us in Geneva.
love to do it. Love to do it. I just, you know, I never would have dreamed that, you know, dogs would have taken me to the places it's taken me and got to meet the people I have. And that's what I've really enjoyed, these other venues and doing that. I went on official business to 3 or 4 sheepdog herding events this year and met some incredible people there. Another magnificent.
There's your
All right,
story.
here we go. Here we go. All right, 127. John Robertson, 139, 180, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Just right outside the bubble there, Rob.
Yes, sir.
70. We're breathing distance. So we've got, well, John and Kate up top. Paul and Cash with that incredible run. Made a huge jump. Jason and Shaker, 3rd, 8th. Dustin, 4th and 5th. And Kevin and Satchmo round out our 6 dogs to go into tomorrow's finals. We've got the professional teams. And congratulations to everybody here. Rob, you as
Yes,
well.
sir. Thank you.
Wiggles,
Oh,
heck
yeah.
of a show. Great deal. And Lee right behind you there with that disappointing when she came in with a 152 there. And Nick couple there, Casey and Sean on the pickup. But great stuff.
Yep, it's going to be
All right, everybody. Well, we had our little bit of hiccups there, but we got her done at 4:37, and we did our hybrid water quad. And I tell you what, like I said, I knew that big punch bird there was going to be challenging. Anytime you do that mama papa with all that stuff, you're going to get some stuff. But we had some great dog work. Judges are doing an incredible job. Everybody is here, and make sure you join us tomorrow morning. We are going to have the professionals. I assume we're starting at 8 a.m., which, remember, time changes. I don't know if they've made any adjustments, but we'll find out. But what I can tell you is I will be here, and I will be sitting right where I am right now, giving you the blow-by-blow of the final 12 dogs in the 4th series. So,
Pat,
Rob,
yes, sir.
Pleasure.
Yes, sir.
Enjoyed having you.
I'm glad to join you, and I'm very glad that you're here with the SRS, because sitting back listening to your knowledge is,
well, thank you. That's flattering.
The best thing that you can get.
I'm just sitting here, just like I'm in a gallery any day of the week, just admiring the dog work and just telling you what comes in my head. And everybody, thank you. I'm Pat Burns, and we are at the 2024 SRS Crown Championship, 25th anniversary, presented by Eukanuba. Have a good night, and we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning for the finale of the 4th series. Bye-bye, and thank you for joining us.
The Super Retriever Series Crown Championship would like to thank all our gifting sponsors for their donations to our competitor teams. The Super Retriever Series Crown Championship would like to thank Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission for the opportunity to showcase our retriever teams. We would also like to thank the sponsors of the Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission. The Super Retriever Series Crown Championship is presented by Eukanuba. Sporting dogs give us everything we ask and then some. Their nutrition should do the same. By Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission, we are focused on you. Louisiana Tourism, feed your soul. And by Lucky Duck Kennels.
Your puppy only gets one start to set the foundation for a lifetime of performance at your side. Fuel growth and activity, support digestive health, and give him a training edge to one day flush, point, track, retrieve. So when the gear comes out, he'll be ready. Make every milestone count with game-changing puppy fuel. Eukanuba Premium Performance Puppy Pro.
The Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission is here to help you with your amateur, collegiate, professional, or Olympic sporting event. Centrally located in the Arklatex area, Shreveport-Bossier is a premier sports destination, ideal for hosting sporting events of any size. With our wide variety of venues, including stadiums, convention centers, rivers, and universities, we are sure to have the perfect location for any event. Our team is ready to make your event a success. Visit us online at ShreveportBossierSports.com or on Facebook at Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission and let us host your next event.
two birds of a feather. We flock together every day, and I'll do anything to protect that loyalty. Durable, dependable, and downright dirty. And I'm not just talking about my dog. This 5-star crash test rated kennel is lightweight, secure, and made right here in America. Loyalty goes both ways.
Dating back to 1874, the American Field Sportsman's Journal was delivered to the homes of sporting dog enthusiasts and hunters across America, paving the way for the all-around sportsman's publication. Now under the ownership of the United Kennel Club, the American Field Sportsman's Journal is reborn as an upgraded version of its original grandeur, celebrating the lifestyle for those who value a day in the field with canine hunting companions. The new journal will be a quarterly publication designed once again to showcase our way of life with all sporting dogs, including bird dogs, retrievers, hounds, beagles, and other types of hunting and working dogs. We will also embrace the outdoor lifestyle, bringing attention to wild game, cooking techniques, veterinary medicine, conservation matters, and game shooting topics, all right to the fingertips of our readers. From first-time handlers to lifelong dog owners, we value everyone's story, and we're working to cultivate a community of like-minded individuals who dedicate their lives to their hunting dogs. We invite you to join our movement as we honor our past, embrace our future, and provide a gateway for hunters and handlers of all levels to explore the unbreakable bond we share with our dogs.
Training the dogs is one thing, but training the people, that's really where it is. Because now they can be better to their dogs. Their dogs can trust them more, and they're going to be more successful. And I've done a lot of coaching of people at nationals, and it's really what turns me on, is putting together the dog-handler combination and helping them understand each other. And well, success is bound to happen when you can do that.
In my Louisiana, the day starts at 4 a.m.
In my Louisiana, every meal is a celebration.
My Louisiana really makes me wonder.
Ours is fast!
With real-life swamp creatures!
In my Louisiana, music is a way of life.
My Louisiana is sheer magic.
From sun up to sundown.
Till sun up again. What will your Louisiana be?
When you find your Louisiana, you feed your soul.
They're partners, ready to do whatever it takes. Athletes that pound for pound can outrun, outwork, and outperform anybody you're watching on Sunday. No contract required. You don't waste that kind of potential. You train it, fuel it, unleash it. You feed nutrition that holds nothing back. The Eukanuba Premium Performance Lineup.
Buying an RV should be easy. I found the perfect RV for my family at BayouOutdoor.com. Bayou Outdoor made the whole process so easy with their great low prices.
Come see a line of Brinkley campers new to the industry. You'll find customer-driven product designs in the lineup of fifth wheels, travel trailers, and toy haulers. Come check out the Brinkley collection today.
So stop wasting time with other RV dealers and get your family camping now. Bayou Outdoor Supercenter, Bossier City, Louisiana.